कुछ यादें हमेशा साथ रहती हैं। आज भी मुझे याद है ये ड्राइंग मैंने कब बनाई थी। शायद मेरी ड्राइंग बाकी बच्चों से बिल्कुल अलग थी। कैसे बताती कि अपने पापा को सिर्फ तस्वीरों में ही देखा है। लेकिन उनके बिना भी हमारी छोटी सी दुनिया में खुशियों की कभी कमी न थी। हर हंसी के पल ने इस रिश्ते को और मजबूत बनाया। कभी तुमने कुछ नहीं बोला, कभी मुझे बोलना नहीं आया। अधूरे होते हुए भी अधूरा कभी नहीं लगने दिया। सब कहते हैं that I'm a very strong woman. I just tell them, well, I have grown up seeing one. मेरी फ्रेंड, मेरी गाइड, मेरी क्रिटिक। 20 साल कैसे बीत गए कुछ पता ही नहीं चला। माँ, मेरी नई जिंदगी आपके बिना अधूरी है, इसलिए शादी के बाद आप मेरे साथ ही रहोगी।
Bosch has a view that it is the little details that really matter. Because when all of these are perfect, they make for a perfect whole. When every membrane is where it has to be, the butterfly not only flies, it soars. Every single pigment plays its part, and every part has a crucial role. That's why at Bosch, it's these little details that we really care about. The tiniest, most precise measurements, the quality of the materials, the convenient solutions. It's the subtle things, the little reminders that make for a big evening. Being there when needed, no matter what. Just the right temperature for just the right perfect hygiene for your peace of mind. It is all these seemingly little details that can lead to great outcomes. That, when connected, become more than just details. Because when they fit perfectly together, the results will be perfect too. Making big occasions and everyday routines as easy as possible. For every moment and every day. How very Bosch. Bosch, invented for life.
Personally, I feel our biggest achievement is the trust of millions of people.
It all started about 100 years ago when India was fighting the British. One of the forefathers started what was the first textile mill in Kerala. From the textile mill, the group entered textile retailing and from there on into jewelry retailing in the year 1993 with the first jewelry store in Thrissur, Kerala.
When we entered this industry, we realized one thing. Either we should change our principles or revolutionize the industry to keep up with the principles and ethics of our forefathers.
The key differentiator for Kalyan Jewelers is our big format stores and high level of stock.
Kalyan Jewelers is all set to tread new horizons.
Personally, I feel our biggest achievement is the trust of millions of people.
It all started about 100 years ago when India was fighting the British. One of the forefathers started what was the first textile mill in Kerala. From the textile mill, the group entered textile retailing and from there on into jewelry retailing in the year 1993 with the first jewelry store in Thrissur, Kerala.
When we entered this industry, we realized one thing. Either we should change our principles or revolutionize the industry to keep up with the principles and ethics of our forefathers.
The key differentiator for Kalyan Jewelers is our big format stores and high level of stock.
Kalyan Jewelers is all set to tread new horizons.
Bosch has a view that it is the little details that really matter. Because when all of these are perfect, they make for a perfect whole. When every membrane is where it has to be, the butterfly not only flies, it soars. Every single pigment plays its part, and every part has a crucial role. That's why at Bosch, it's these little details that we really care about. The tiniest, most precise measurements, the quality of the materials, the convenient solutions. It's the subtle things, the little reminders that make for a big evening. Being there when needed, no matter what. Just the right temperature for just the right perfect hygiene for your peace of mind. It is all these seemingly little details that can lead to great outcomes. That, when connected, become more than just details. Because when they fit perfectly together, the results will be perfect too. Making big occasions and everyday routines as easy as possible. For every moment and every day. How very Bosch. Bosch, invented for life.
कुछ यादें हमेशा साथ रहती हैं। आज भी मुझे याद है ये ड्राइंग मैंने कब बनाई थी। शायद मेरी ड्राइंग बाकी बच्चों से बिल्कुल अलग थी। कैसे बताती कि अपने पापा को सिर्फ तस्वीरों में ही देखा है। लेकिन उनके बिना भी हमारी छोटी सी दुनिया में खुशियों की कभी कमी न थी। हर हंसी के पल ने इस रिश्ते को और मजबूत बनाया। कभी तुमने कुछ नहीं बोला, कभी मुझे बोलना नहीं आया। अधूरे होते हुए भी अधूरा कभी नहीं लगने दिया। सब कहते हैं that I'm a very strong woman. I just tell them, well, I have grown up seeing one. मेरी फ्रेंड, मेरी गाइड, मेरी क्रिटिक। 20 साल कैसे बीत गए कुछ पता ही नहीं चला। माँ, मेरी नई जिंदगी आपके बिना अधूरी है, इसलिए शादी के बाद आप मेरे साथ ही रहोगी।
Bosch has a view that it is the little details that really matter. Because when all of these are perfect, they make for a perfect whole. When every membrane is where it has to be, the butterfly not only flies, it soars. Every single pigment plays its part, and every part has a crucial role. That's why at Bosch, it's these little details that we really care about. The tiniest, most precise measurements, the quality of the materials, the convenient solutions. It's the subtle things, the little reminders that make for a big evening. Being there when needed, no matter what. Just the right temperature for just the right perfect hygiene for your peace of mind. It is all these seemingly little details that can lead to great outcomes. That, when connected, become more than just details. Because when they fit perfectly together, the results will be perfect too. Making big occasions and everyday routines as easy as possible. For every moment and every day. How very Bosch. Bosch, invented for life. Bosch has a view that it is the little details that really matter. Because when all of these are perfect, they make for a perfect whole. When every membrane is where it has to be, the butterfly not only flies, it soars. Every single pigment plays its part, and every part has a crucial role. That's why at Bosch, it's these little details that we really care about. The tiniest, most precise measurements, the quality of the materials, the convenient solutions. It's the subtle things, the little reminders that make for a big evening. Being there when needed, no matter what. Just the right temperature for just the right perfect hygiene for your peace of mind. It is all these seemingly little details that can lead to great outcomes. That, when connected, become more than just details. Because when they fit perfectly together, the results will be perfect too. Making big occasions and everyday routines as easy as possible.
Hey, let's try that once again. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you for being here this evening, and a very, very warm welcome to all of you to Kalyan Jewelers Outlook Business Women of Worth 2019. Come on. You know, this evening I'm particularly excited because in the last 7 days, be it the world's biggest award for cinematic excellence, or be it the country's most recognized award for women entrepreneurship in India, whether it was the first African-American women to win an award for production design, or whether it was the first Indian woman who turned a small blog into a multi-million rupee business, ladies and gentlemen, one thing has been established, that finally the largest talent, reservoir of talent rather, us women, has been tapped, and that, I believe, deserves a huge round of applause. Come on, hands up in the air. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I am Xenia Fernandez, your host for this grand evening, and I welcome you all to Kalyan Jewelers Presents Outlook Business Women of Worth 2019, powered by Amway, our health and beauty partner, Corcal Bone and Beauty, driven by Exide, lifestyle partner, Bosch Home Appliances. Can we have another round of applause for all our partners who make this happen? And so to kickstart this evening, please join me in welcoming on stage CEO Outlook Group, Mr. Indranil Roy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At Outlook Business, we are really glad to launch the Outlook Business Women of Worth platform for women entrepreneurs. We started our tour from Bangalore last week. We hosted in Calcutta. We got an overwhelming response in both the cities. Today we are in Delhi, and on 6th of March, we are in Bombay. India is the world's fastest growing startup ecosystem. According to the 6th economic census released by the Ministry of Statistical and Program Implementation, women constitutes about 14% of the total entrepreneurship which makes it to around 8 million women who are entrepreneurs are just to start. Incidentally, 1/3 of the Indian women entrepreneurs are in the agricultural sector. A McKinsey Global Institute study shows that India's GDP could rise between 16 to 60% by 2025 if women participation could grow equally to men. We at Outlook Business decided to be a part of this transformation, and that is why we have launched a platform for women entrepreneurs. We have just launched a digital and a social platform titled WoW. WoW will be an interactive idea platform where we invite you to share your stories, read about the other successful entrepreneurs, and also interact and network. I request you all to please explore our website, share, like, dislike, but what's important is we need your feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are also launching a website for our partner, Kalyan Jewelers. It's a website to celebrate women. The platform will feature entrepreneurship, lifestyle, fashion, celebrity news, women-friendly travel, and health and wellness. May we please play the AV? On this occasion, I would also like to thank the Outlook Business team for the effort that they're putting in together, and I really hope you all enjoy this evening. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move on to the next most exciting thing on our agenda. And before we do that, I'd like to invite on stage Head Lupin Life Consumer Healthcare, Mr. Anil Kaushal, to please join me to say a few words.
Good evening. Well, this is Anil Kaushal, and I represent Lupin, the makers of Corkel Bone and Beauty. You know, first of all, I'm really privileged to be in this august company, in the company of such achievers. But one would wonder why all these brands are promoting themselves here. I mean, we are there, others are there. We are all there because 50% of India matters, right? Marketeers always knew this. Now I think the political class also is trying to figure that out. As a healthcare company, when we go across the country to figure out what are the health needs of people around, we found that it's it's an open secret, something which is a pattern amongst women in our country, which you yourself might have experienced or done, which is the homemakers in our households, they keep their own needs last among the set of priorities. You take care of the nutrition of your family, your kids, your partners, but your own needs are the last in most of the households. The health needs of a lady is very different from a man, especially because you go through these various life stages: pregnancy, parenting, menopause. These are very specialized, I would say, special needs. You have different needs versus men. But, 1 in 4 women in India, in many studies, are known to suffer from calcium deficiency. And as we age, or as everybody ages, you have complaints about dull skin, hair fall, nails, teeth, and everything, a nail and teeth problem, everything else, which is related to nutrition. even when we travel, so the message which we have is, when you travel, you travel by airlines, you have this safety message, which is, or a security or safety announcement, that apna naqab pehle pehne, dusre ke naqab se pehle. Means wear your own oxygen mask before you give it to somebody else. All these achievers, my only submission to you or request to you is take care of your own health before everybody else. While it's not about giving up something else, but take care of your own health. And that's the message, that's the endeavor of us launching a product like Corkel Bone and Beauty. Because this is very much akin to the essence of womanhood. We are talking about healthy inside to beautiful outside. Means andar se strong, bahar se sundar, which is the essence of womanhood. Andar se all women are strong, and that's why they're beautiful from outside. And the best compliment anyone can get is 10 years hence someone telling you that you look the same the way you were 10 years ago. And that comes through good health, nothing else. So healthy from within is what our message is. Our next speaker, Mr. Mickey Mehta, the health guru, is actually exactly going to share with you the ways of maintaining good health. So enjoy the evening, stay healthy, stay beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaushal. So, taking a cue from what he just said, I mean, who doesn't want to be complimented 10 years from now that you look the same like you did 10 years ago? Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, it's time to pump ourselves up with a holistic health and wellness guru of our country in a session presented by Corkel Bone and Beauty, a calcium supplement specially for women that helps maintain healthy skin, healthy nails, healthy hair, and of course, strong bones. Let's take a look.
खूबसूरत लगने का जतन हम ऊपर ही ऊपर से करते हैं, अंदर से नहीं। खूबसूरती को उम्र लगने से रोक सकता है तो वो है अंदरूनी पोषण। इसलिए 100% नेचुरल कोरल ग्रेन से बना कॉरकैल बोन एंड ब्यूटी। ये कोरल कैल्शियम और मिनरल्स बोन्स को बनाए स्ट्रॉन्ग, साथ ही आपके स्किन, हेयर, नेल्स और टीथ को हेल्दी और ब्यूटीफुल बनाए रखने में मदद करता है। चलो उम्र के पिंजरे से बाहर निकलें, महसूस करें खूबसूरत।
कॉरकैल बोन एंड ब्यूटी, अंदर से हेल्दी तो बाहर से ब्यूटीफुल।
What an absolute pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, it is to introduce to you a leading holistic health guru and corporate life coach who has a double honorary doctorate in holistic health and life sciences from International Medicina Alternativa and has been a pioneer in promoting holistic health in our country, India. Ladies and gentlemen, he's here to get us energized, to get us maximized, and to get us Mickey Mice. Please put your hands together for Dr. Mickey Mehta.
Mickey Mice alive. I'm not checking you out. I'm just giving you a smile of hello. Hello to everybody. So this is Mickey Mouse in the house. Okay, so of very many friends and disciples that you probably just saw in the video, I thought first to bring along Sunny Leone with me and say hello to you. But then I realized that this is WoW and not Mao, not Men of Worth. So I said I'd rather bring along my very, very dear friend, Akshay Kumar. He is my spot boy. And yes, not Akshay Kumar, the busy star, my God, he's so big. You know, he is now busy with his new release. All right. दिल्ली वालों की दिल्ली, दिल वाले दिल्ली ले जाएंगे. Very, very nice. We are here to celebrate womanhood. So WOW stands for Women of Earth. And every woman on this earth who's taken a birth has its invaluable worth. How did this come out? I don't know. Coming to the point that today, you know, I can't be professing wellness, well-being, fitness, health a lot, because after this I'm straight rushing to Kake Da Dhaba or to Gulati's at Pandara Road, whichever is closer. I don't know, I'll have to check Google Maps. Jo bhi hai. So today we'll go easy on health. Today we'll go high on celebration, because this is all about celebration. Okay, so before we take this further, we exactly for 7 seconds, we need to pray for our martyrs so that may they really rest in peace. And a great gratitude to our Indian Army, military, Air Force, everybody who are fighting out there so that we can celebrate this. 7 seconds, a deep gratitude. Now, with the same fervor and the same patriotism, we start our show. And I'd like to have some 6-7 patriotic women on stage to make this celebration more beautiful. So, may I please invite, everybody is welcome, in saris, in suits, in salwars, in boots. My God, and what is the spirit? And this is truly a WOW Woman Evening. This is truly a WOW Woman Evening. And all of you please line up with 2 hands aside. This is amazing. I've never got such a response. Patriotic, yeah, I know.
I quote Modi here where he says, Josh hai.
To hosh hai. Ke hosh hai to josh hai. How's the Josh? You know something? I'm not joking. If we were to have army of women, trust me, we will have same amount of results, as patriotic, as valorous, as brave. Right? You know why? Because women are full of determination, more determination than any man, more sense of conviction than any man, more self-confidence and self-esteem than any man, and I say it with my heart. So let's clap. So maybe have the first song, please. So we will all become soldiers now. Okay? Do you resonate with this song? And let's sing this together. And let's mean it.
सुनो गौर से दुनिया वालों, बुरी नजर ना हम पे डालो, चाहे जितना जोर लगा लो, सबसे आगे होंगे हिंदुस्तान.
Okay.
सुनो गौर से दुनिया वालों, बुरी नजर ना हम पे डालो, चाहे जितना जोर लगा लो, सबसे आगे होंगे हिंदुस्तान. हमने कहा है, तुम भी कहो. हमने कहा है जो तुम भी कहो. सबसे प्यारा आओ हम मिलके बोले तो यारा अपना जहां है सबसे प्यारा हमने कहा है जो तुम भी कहो
Thank you very much. About to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Big fan. Which one? Thank you. Ceiling, pedestal, wall, all over. Great guys. बाद में. Once I get off, the selfie moment starts. That was such a great spirit. And women are more spirited, always. You know, a feminine being attains to spiritual heights. So every such saint, every such sadhu, every such great tirthankar, they had to attain to feminism or femininity in terms of being very soft, very sensitive, very emotional, very compassionate, very sympathetic, very empathetic to attain sainthood. Because man, ego, aggression, wanting to prove a point, it's all there. Okay, so coming to holistic health, wholeness, wholesomeness, being one and total, being integrated together. Now what is this integrated? Being in oneself. That in truly mind, body and spirit, you are total and more. And when you are total and more, you vibrate, you radiate. And there is no such thing as ugly or beautiful. Every woman, when she is total and complete, and she simply smiles, whatever the color, stature, features, she looks beautiful. Because a woman's soul is very, very beautiful. So let's do a barfi moment. Smile. That's it. Amazing. All of you look so beautiful. See, men can look handsome. They can never be beautiful. Only women can be beautiful. Right? So holistic health is all about appropriate eating, nutrition. Have you ever heard about cosmic nutrition? Can anyone share with me what cosmic nutrition could be, can be, should be? Come on. All right, up, scream. You have to be like spring. Yeah, I mean, you're almost there. This is a very intelligent answer. It's hot, but not very hot, not bingo. Okay, I'll tell you. So cosmic nutrition is everything that you consume that nourishes you, and food comes at number 9 or 10. So let's imagine what? Sunshine, right? Fresh air, water, exercise also nourishes you. A good night's sleep nourishes you. State of joy nourishes you. A good massage spa therapy nourishes you at 7. Romance and love nourishes you at number 8. Philanthropy nourishes you whenever you reach out to people and uplift people nourishes you. And most important, 10, when you are completely a compassionate being and flowing, as you flow out, the prana and urja flows in. Because as you empty yourself, the philosophy of Tao says that it's only when you empty the cup, can it be refilled again. So after these 10 things nourish you, then comes food. So let's look into what foods. So seasonal, 100%. You know, why raw food and why vegetarian food and why food that grows in fields over a long period of time are more nutritious? Because they've taken sunshine, for those many months. They've taken fresh air and fresh oxygen for those many months. They have the distilled water from the earth. They have all the vitality and the forces and the strength of the earth. They have witnessed the planetary movements and the wisdom of this universe. And when you consume that, it translates into wisdom, it translates into intelligence, it translates into creativity, productivity. It translates into vision, foresight, intuitions, extrasensory perceptions. So what you eat, you become. Right? Your food influences your thought process. So let's pledge today, come on, ladies. One hand on your heart and one hand on your stomach so that you're reminded that you have to eat well. I know everybody has a little paunch, including me. So it's nice to say positively, I have a paunch and I'll put it in. Okay. So we will say that we will eat healthy. We will eat green for our well-being. We will eat everything that vibrates, radiates energy. And we will cleanse ourselves, purify ourselves. Eat food that regulates us. And eat that which fortifies us. You will remain young forever. That's a formula. And that's a guarantee. It's a guarantee, I'll tell you why. Because cellular regeneration depends on the nourishment that you give in your stomach. So watch everything you put in your mouth. So be very cautious. There are meat eaters, there are dairy consumers, less of that, and less of that, and less of that, and the graph of natural, wholesome, organic eating higher and higher. Then you will have skin like me, fitness like me, energy like me, unflagging, guaranteed. At any age you will look the same because your body will keep revitalizing yourself. Cellular regeneration will happen. Okay, let's go to a little bit of shaking up. Now I need some 6, 7, 8, whatever, strong athletic woman to do some exercise. Even if you're in a sari or salwar, you're welcome. Come. Come. Sorry? Repeat. 100% repeat. Come on. Keep coming. Come, ladies, come. Be my guest. Amazing. Wow. You know what? Have you heard this? That music on your ears, like sunshine, changes your mood. The biochemistry changes with sunshine. Suddenly you get uplifted. And you go to cold countries where there's no sun for months together, they're all, morose, they're all gloomy, they're all very dull, there are depressions, etc. But we are in the land of sun. So sunshine changes our mindset, music changes our mindset. And especially in the Indian system, the bells, ghanti, and ghanti just reorients our thinking process. It just aligns us again. It just removes the negativity and brings back, restores the positivity for creativity, for productivity. Got it? So, सब लोग इतने साथ? अच्छा, थोड़े दूर हो जाओ भाई, थोड़े दूर हो जाओ. Very good. You know what? We are going to do one simple workout which could be done for 3 to 5 minutes at home. And that workout is very, very good for the whole stomach cylinder, for digestion, absorption, assimilation and elimination. At the same time, it takes care of its shape. At the same time, it will take care of breathing out all the fears, phobias from your solar plexus. And at the same time, your back will become sturdy, strong. And at the same time, your spine will get elongated and agile. So just see this exercise that we are going to move from left to right and right to left. And again, breathe in and breathe out. So, okay, with me? You all ready, girls? And results guaranteed, instant coffee, instant stomach. I guarantee you. Are you willing to step out half inch lesser? Half inch lesser? Step out half inch lesser. It has happened, it's possible, it will happen. Okay, start the music. Push Amazing. We are going to get a little more challenging. Who's in for it? Who's up for it? Everybody. Come on, yeah, come on. Clap. You know what happens? Each time you clap, your heart flutters better, the level of confidence and joy goes up, the level of self-confidence hits the roof. So if your capacity is X, it becomes X raised to the power of infinite. Good? So let's do it for these girls. So now let's have something more. And let's have this number. I will want everyone to go down. Were you checking your status? No. No, you can. Say Mickey in the house. Mickey in the house. Okay, so all of you space out because we all have to get into this position. Come on, music please. Come on, let's mess up a little bit. Life is crazy. Okay, very good. Stretch, come on. Look up. Look up. Look up. And back. And back. And stretch. And stretch. Stretch. And back. Okay, right leg in the front. Ready, get set, go. Ready, get set, go. Back. Left leg in the front. And go. Stay there. And together. Very good. You know, you guys have no idea that in a matter of 3 to 4 minutes, you can be 21 again. In a matter of 3 to 4 minutes, you can get the energy to fly to the Mars and back. It's your mindset, complete mindset. And if you start this every day with 3 to 5 minutes, trust me, this will then go on to 30, 30 will become 60, and you will become 18. और चाहिए क्या? बस? अच्छा, ready? Steady? Okay, then let's do one thing. I want all the equal stature women partnering together. Equal stature. Quickly, quickly, quickly. And may I have a... Gentlemen, आप आ जाए ना स्टेज पे. आपकी पैंट टाइट है ना? उतरेगी नहीं ना? आ जाए. अब कोट भी निकाल दो. ये स्वेटर वेटर भी निकाल दो. यहाँ कितनी गर्मी है देखो. Very good, sir. Please round of applause for the man in the house. Very good, जी. अब आप लोगों को क्या करना है, you know? A great partner workout for some great, fantabulous abs, fantabulous glutes, fantabulous legs. आप घूम जाइए. अरे घूम जाइए ना पीछे. पीठ लगा के, पीठ लगा. अरे इतना ऐसा नहीं भाई. अच्छा, okay guys. अच्छा, अपने आप को ढीला छोड़ देना. बिल्कुल ढीला छोड़ देना. मैं जो करूं मुझे करने देना. ठीक है? Girls, don't be naughty. Okay. Hello, music. Okay, check this and then you have to do this.
Do you want a partner? Oh, partner. Do you want a partner? Let me say, what a partner? Oh, partner. Do you want a partner?
Again. And back. Good. Come on, guys. Come on.
Do you want a partner? Oh, partner. Do you want a partner? Let me say, what a partner?
Amazing, amazing, come on. And come, change. Back and forth, amazing. Take care. Okay. Very good. Okay, tell me one thing. That's it. Beauty. Give me 5, 10.
Thank you.
Superb. अच्छा, और कुछ चाहिए क्या? More. अच्छा, more. Very good. Okay, go behind a little bit. I'm feeling very hot. Go behind. अरे, what are you doing constantly? अच्छा, super motivator. Mickey Mehta in the house. Okay, very good. Go behind a little bit. Now, everyone in the plank position. Very important. for any kind of progress in your life, what is most important is your core, your center. Your center. So whenever you do anything, if you recruit your center, you do it well. And you connect better. So for better connectivity, we'll do a plank. And, अरे मैं बताता हूँ ना यार, बिंदास. Once you're in it, चलो, आप एक हाथ में पकड़ो, एक हाथ से करो. ऐसे ऐसे. हाँ? Okay, come on. Everybody down in the plank position. Next. Hey, keep my volume on. Okay, first clap.
What an idiot.
Okay.
God, what is he doing, God?
Go. Yeah. Come on. All right. Okay, now.
Such a stupid basket.
Okay.
ਸੋਹਣੀ ਤੇ ਨੱਕਦੇ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਤੇ ਨੱਕਦੇ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਤੇ ਨੱਕਦੇ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਤੇ ਨੱਕਦੇ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਬਾਬੂ ਜੈਮ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਏ ਉਹ ਜਾਣਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਬਾਬੂ ਜੈਮ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਓਏ 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 ਜੈਮ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਏ ਉਹ ਜਾਣਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਤੇ ਨੱਕਦੇ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਤੇ ਨੱਕਦੇ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਤੇ ਨੱਕਦੇ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਤੇ ਨੱਕਦੇ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਲੱਗਦੇ
Thank you. Thank you. क्या हुआ? Mickey in the house. Yeah. See you, bye. कौन है भाई? बस. Thank you, everybody. Bye. Okay, now we take a small break. So outside, we have some fresh orange juice, pomegranate juice, tulsi juice, Karela juice, cabbage juice. Ha. Anybody who wins this contest, Karela juice. Anyone who asks me a very good question, most intriguing, will get my book free. Chalo. Question in the house.
Hi.
Louder, please. In menopause, never pause. Never pause in menopause.
Yeah, that.
Okay, great. Great line, man. Great line. Okay. Have a seat.
Thank you.
Whichever condition of your being, always remember, don't fail to nourish yourself well, eat at appropriate time, appropriate food, and in appropriate quantity. Why I'm saying appropriate quantity is don't eat like animals, don't work out like animals, eat like human beings. And especially, food that gives you energy, pure energy, maximum energy is raw. But to be had it, washed well, steamed, blanched, sauteed sometimes. So of course, millets, very good in grains. Sweet potato, very good in complex carbs. All the vegetables which give you, like beetroot, carrots, radish, karela, and every such fruit, every such nuts, every such dry fruit, I promise you, like the lady said, as per the planetary movements and the situation, if you eat seasonal, you will never become old. You know, one never grows old. When one stops growing, one becomes old. Do you want to become old? You want to remain young forever? Then what is this menopause business? What is menopause? Nothing. Menopause is nothing. It is incidental. Okay? It is like a season. It comes and it goes, like monsoon comes, winter comes, summer comes, menopause comes. In menopause, don't pause. it should not deter you. Okay? Decide and determine that in menopause I will fly. Okay? I will prepare myself to fly in menopause. And be active, be creative, write poetries, make music, listen to the music, sing songs. You will not even know when it comes, when it goes. And you will not even know what it is to have a menopause.
Hi, Mickey. I have a question for you here right at the back.
Okay.
So, in today's date and time, there are a lot of these vitamin deficiencies that are on the rise. So, be it B12, D3, or even calcium deficiencies that are causing a rise in osteoporosis. So, there are natural sources of sourcing these, of course. But there's a whole lot of supplementation, which has also seen the light of day today. So, what is your take on that?
Simple. See, in today's world, as much we try to eat right and eat healthy, because of extreme stress, because of extreme pollution, because of lack of rest, and not the best quality of food available to us in its source form, it becomes important to supplement, and sensible supplementation is a way. I mean, I'm extremely happy that if you have your multivitamins, your minerals, but all in a very, I would say, calibrated way. Don't overdo it. And do it with deep understanding and deep knowledge, and be better informed. Okay? So, our, Amway are sponsors. I consume Amway very much. Also, one more thing. My wife consumes Corcal, and this is much more than I decided to associate with them. So, Corcal or Amway ka kalyan ho. Tisra sponsor bhi aa gaya. Now, very important. Remember that all those companies which are responsibly giving you well-sourced, in the best natural form, the supplements, please choose them. And trust me, their calcium, iron, minerals, etc. will add value and not take away. Will only add value. But remember, don't overdo it. Do it very sensibly. And that does not mean that you'll say, okay, I'm getting it all here, so I will cheat here. No. You be your best here, and from there get the rest. Okay?
Hi, Mickey. Here, on your left.
Okay. Okay.
The partnering workout.
She got the mic.
The partnering workout that we just did, in case we don't have a partner, what's the alternate to that?
Hire one. I train her. Hire one.
Okay.
That's number one. Number two, now the seriousness of it. That we have people at home. We have our children, we have our husbands, we have our mothers, mother-in-laws. Sasu ma hai ki nahi ghar pe? She can be the best partner. No, partner means partner, workout partner, yaar. You took it too seriously. Okay, now let me come to this point. That we have experimented with this in our centers and across corporates. Whenever couples work out together, they bond better. The romance in them gets kindled better. So there are more episodes of romance after workout than after dinner. Trust me, because this is something, a sense of great creativity, a sense of great belonging, a sense of great mutual admiration and appreciation. And the love automatically grows. Alright? Good? Okay.
Hello.
Okay, I think we'll give a rest. No, this lady. I'll just take this lady's question and then I'll come to you. Today is not men's day, so please. But I'll come to you, 100%. Chalo, chalo. Loud. Okay, we just showed the mountain spine, mountain serpentine. Very good exercise for the spine. Also very good exercises you can do clockwise, anti-clockwise, support your lower back. And very good forward, backward bending, slowly, gently, soft knees. Very good. Do all those things. Okay. Okay. We live in a society. I'll come back to you.
Hello.
कौन है भाई?
1 second, please.
क्यों भाई?
I want to take you 1 second. If not, if more, I
over.
can get more.
It's over. It's over. Quick. Let's make it quick.
You talked about cosmic nutrition, right?
आगे बोलो.
So, how to ensure this to the larger population of women who are absolutely indoors and who
Every home has a window. Every home has a door to step out. No, you can't be living in a home without a window. One window at least in toilet bathroom should be
please
there.
go to the slums. You will find the
Now,
difference,
see,
and
this
the
is
majority of the
extreme.
population.
So they step out.
So,
Step out. If not indoors, step out. Simple.
Still, I will like to get better answer.
No, so madam, what I'm saying is use your windows, and if windows are not at home, use your door. Just go out and take it. Sunshine, fresh air.
Hi. Okay.
No, we have to get back. We have to get back. Okay. Ladies, we live in a society where we constantly admire everybody else, and that's not fair. A true woman of substance first admires herself, her inner beauty. Her inner beauty is very, very supreme. Your inner confidence, whatever you are, whatever shape you are, don't be scared. But at the same time, with responsibility, change yourself. Make small differences, make small steps, take small steps, and change yourself, because if change is constant, if you can become like this, if you become the choreographer of change, you can become like this. You be the choreographer of your own change. And then you will shrink, and you'll be taught, and you will be absolutely sculpted. You can walk there by and by, not immediately, but it starts now. With this number that I'm going to play, everybody will stand up. Everybody will shut your eyes and just listen to me while the song is played. Come on guys, play the song. Everybody smile. Shape of me, your own shape, you have to admire. Now, loosen up.
The club isn't the best place to find the lovers, so the bar is where I go. Me and my friends at the table doing shots.
Bring the cheer, bring the joy. Very good.
Come over and start up a conversation with just me, and trust me, I'll give it a chance. Now take my hand, stop it, and I'm on the jukebox, and then we start to dance. And I'm singing like, girl, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say, boy, let's not talk too much. Grab on my waist and put that body on me. Come on now, follow my lead. Come coming now,
now your own shape, come on, touch yourself.
I'm in love with the shape of me. We push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart
Come on, very good. I'm in love with my own body. Come on, hug.
Last night you were in my room.
Self-love.
And now my bed sheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with your body. I'm in love with your body.
Thank you. Very good. Same route? Yes. All right. Superb. Very good, yaar. Delhi is rocking. दिल्ली वालों की हाँ जी दिल वालों की दिल्ली है भाई okay tell me one thing, which is the best exercise for biceps? Quickly biceps. अरे यार कोई तो ढंग का जवाब दो यार. Okay, let me best exercise for biceps is to uplift the poor. Okay, best exercise for shoulders. Take the responsibility of the underprivileged. Best exercise for strong legs. Be rooted in humility to be better rooted in humanity. I will give you a motto in life today. Let wellness be your religion number one. Get integrated, get composed, get purified, get vitalized, get regulated, and become so whole and complete that then your devotion to any of your God becomes supremely best. So let wellness be your religion number one. Join Mickey Mehta's Wellness Revolution for Human Evolution. And last, sleep every night with a wish to heal yourself and wake up every morning with a promise to heal the world. And every woman is a healer. Every woman is a born healer. I mean, a little example, when a baby in the arm cries, you put the baby's ears on the mother's heartbeat and you put one hand here and that's it, it's better than gripe water. It works if you're involved with your baby. It will soothe and calm your baby and change the chemistry of the baby. You try this, you know your husband has heavy headaches. Simply try and trust me, it will disappear. A woman's hands are healing in nature. You have to self-realize that you are born healers. You're born Devi Shakti, Nari Shakti. Don't look at yourself as limited. Drop that old paradigm. The new paradigm is every woman is unlimited. New paradigm, all right? Okay, now for this unlimited woman. Hello, how are you? Are you? Okay. You look like Saif Ali Khan's sister to me. I was a little confused. Soha Ali Khan. Milti julti hai. Now I really want, when I said every woman is unlimited, I really want that woman who feels or thinks is unlimited, because when body fails, mind takes over, mind fails, spirit takes over, and a woman never allows her spirit to fail. So I want some 4 or 5 women, preferably wearing pants, so that you can perform your better, and so that you can show your grit and determination to go on, and the winner will get high five. Chalo, come on. Come on. Quick. Sorry. Arey, repeat, 100% repeat. Okay, phone जरा side में रख देना. अच्छा, status वाली किधर है? आओ यार. Come, you're welcome again. Okay, everybody, we are going to do something very challenging which will challenge your grit, your determination, your tenacity, your resilience. A woman is more tenacious, she is more resilient than a man, because the mortality of the infant male child is higher than that of female child. Do you know that? The mortality rate of a male infant child is almost 5 times higher than that of the female child, because a woman is born tenacious and she can never give up. Okay? If she decides to get onto the case of the husband, khalas. Okay, come on down. Everybody down with one leg back. Come on, music. Ready, steady, go. Take a deep breath. Change. Stay there. And change. Stay there. And continue. Come on, very good. Very good. Continue. Go on, clap. Those who are tired can stand up. Amazing, man, amazing. Come on. Super.
Do I dress for every situation?
Look up, everybody. Very good.
Moving through the doorway of a nation.
We don't need to try the champions any further. Come on, champions. Give me a high five, everybody. High five. So much of admiration, so much. High 10. Good? Thank you very much, girls. See you soon. Tell me honestly, isn't this great spirit? So it's for nothing that these people decided to keep this WOW. It's for something much larger than our understanding, that women of worth literally means much more beyond any achievements. Why should we always measure women with achievements? They are very incidental, but every woman is worth its salt, her salt. Okay? So, are you ready to celebrate your womanhood anymore? More. Great. Yes. Now I come to a point where from extreme activity, I take you to extreme passivity. So we will meditate on my favorite instrumental from Rahman, A.R. Rahman, from the movie Bombay, and you will follow my command. And trust me, now, here and now, you will feel the change and difference. So all of you calm down. Calm down. Maybe have music up and lights dim. Spine straight but not stiff. sound move into your body. Process the sound. Let your body breathe. Don't pull it, don't push it. Fatigue. Breathe in strength. Breathe out your weaknesses. Breathe in courage. Breathe out your fears, phobias. Breathe in hope. Breathe out despair. Breathe in love. Breathe out hatred. Breathe in love. Breathe out hatred. Breathe in love. Breathe out hatred. Breathe in love. Breathe out love. Breathe in love. Breathe out love. So how many of you took a deep dive into the ocean of your being and found pearls of peace? That's so nice. So this was to get into the state of zero, shunyam, from where you are born to which you return, and you can get into shunyamness or shunyata 10 times, 20 times, 30 times a day to reorient yourself, to course correct yourself, to recreate yourself. My book, Outside the Shunyam Quotient, is a testimony of change. And the change which you will see in your body, mind, spirit, a wonderful body, wonderful digestion, wonderful sleep, everything put together, it will give you a great life. And if you gift it to anyone, that will be the most pleasurable gift the person would have ever got. I'm going to be around. If anybody wants my signatures, you can buy the book and take my signatures. Writing this changed my life. Reading this will change yours and your family's life. Now we have last 1 minute to go. How many of you have never walked the ramp in your life? And if you want to, quickly come here. Come on. Quickly. There's one more song, an ode to India, and we'll do it well. Come on. Up, 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 up. Come on. Yes. Say yes. The usual suspects are back. All right. All of you queue up. Now queue up. Let's queue up. Properly queue up. Behind me. Yeah, behind me properly. And you can make a serpentine queue. Behind me. All right, madam. What a spirit, man. Come on, give me a hug. Give me a hug. Very good. What's your name? Lata ji. Mangeshkar? I wish. Okay, great. Everybody, are we set? Come on, lady, quickly. Okay, guys, just wait here. Just look at me once and you will walk than any other Miss India I've ever trained in my life. So what you have to do is, you have to look at the center, to walk like this. Walk like this. And then you have to stop this and this. And you have to walk back. Got it? Yeah. All this is allowed. Do all this, but just don't do like this. Okay, guys. Music. Come on, build up. Build up. Smile. Wait. Okay, stop.
आज हम 2 किलोमीटर ज़्यादा भागेंगे।
You do a showstopper with me. Showstopper. Wait here, don't move. And walk. Look. Oh, अरे
नस नस मेरी खोले हाय कुछ करिए कुछ करिए बस बस बड़ा बोले अब कुछ करिए कोई तो चल सिद्ध फड़िए तू बेतरिए या मरिए हाय कोई तो चल सिद्ध फड़िए तू बेतरिए या मरिए शक दे इंडिया शक दे हो शक दे इंडिया शक दे हो शक दे इंडिया शक दे हो शक दे इंडिया लड़ती पतंगों में भिड़ती उमंगों में खेलों के मेलों में पल खाती रेलों में गन्नों के मीठे में खद्दर में छींटे में ढूंढो तो मिल जाओगे तब वो हीटों में रंग है आज निखरे और खुल के आज बिखरे मन जाए ऐसी होती रग रग मचल के बोली टस है ना मस है जी जिद है तो जिद है जी किसना यूं ही पिसना यूं ही पिसना यूं ही बस कर ले कोई तो चल जिद फड़िए तू बेतरिए या मरिए हाय कोई तो चल जिद फड़िए तू बेतरिए या मरिए शक दे इंडिया शक दे हो शक दे इंडिया शक दे हो शक दे इंडिया हो शक दे इंडिया
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we will say thank you very much. I hope you all got energized, you got optimized, you got maximized, you got naturalized, you got revolutionized, you got eternalized, and we all got Mickey Mouse! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. अरे नहीं सेल्फी में बात बाहर 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 अरे नहीं 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 थैंक यू नहीं नहीं नहीं
I also want to come with you.
Okay, let's run. Thank you everybody. I'll see you out in the break.
Hi.
Hi. And so, ladies and gentlemen, if you are truly Mickey Mouse, then I need a Mickey Mouse size of an applause for Dr. Mickey Mehta. Come on. Okay, just want to quickly check. Are you having fun at WoW 2019? Okay, if you're having fun, I'm pretty sure most of us have our cell phones either in our hand or in your, maybe on your chair or in your bag. Take it out right now, because here's what I want you to do. I want you to share your experience, ladies and gentlemen, using hashtag WoW2019 and hashtag Delhi. You can tag us on Instagram on Outlook_business. I'm sure you've taken selfies tonight. How many of you have taken your selfie already? You got your best selfie? You know the ratio, right? 1:100, 100:1. I don't know how that works. But make sure you put your selfie. Don't forget to use hashtag WoW2019. On Twitter, you can tag us at WowAchievers. Once again, on Twitter, it's WowAchievers. On Instagram, it's Outlook_business. Now, one more very important thing. We have a lot of women entrepreneurs in the room whose stories have not been told yet. And guess what? There's a world of women out there just like me who are, some of whom are aspiring, some are budding, and some are entrepreneurs already who'd love to learn from your stories. So, here's what I would request you to do. If you're ready to share your story, then, ladies and gentlemen, we have something called the Outlook Business WoW Studio, which is set up right here behind the stage on the other side of the room. Get in touch with Neela at the registration desk, who will arrange for your story to be filmed so that we can share it with the world through our platform wow.outlookbusiness.com. So, after wellness and after that supremely energizing session, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the next most important thing in a woman's life. Any guesses what that is? Come on. Fashion. Yes, it's time to talk about fashion. Now, you know, to some people, fashion is about looking good. But if you ask me, and I'm sure you'll agree with me when I say that fashion really has to reflect who we are, where we are right now, and where we are headed to. And talking about fashion, jewelry really is our armor to the reality of everyday life. Ladies and gentlemen, get set to be dazzled as we present a fashion show showcasing India's best jewelry and craftsmanship from the country's largest jewelry brand, Kalyan Jewelers. Let's kickstart with a warm round of applause. Come on. Fantastic. That's what we call dazzling jewelry and dazzling ladies. Can we have another huge round of applause for the professionals who did it? So, ladies and gentlemen, before the rest of the evening plays out perfectly, let's rewind a little bit to the story of Outlook Business, Women of Worth. And to tell us more about it, please join me in welcoming on stage with a huge round of applause, Editor, Outlook Business, Miss N. Mahalakshmi.
Ladies and gentlemen, very, very warm welcome to Outlook Business WoW 2019. I'm particularly excited to be hosting this event today because Delhi holds a very, very special place in my heart. I originally hail from Tamil Nadu, but I was both born and brought up in Delhi. It was in 1998 that I got married and moved to Bombay. Now it's been about exactly 20 years. So half my life I've been in Bombay and half in Delhi. But when somebody asks me, where do you belong? It's not Tamil Nadu. It is not Bombay. It is Delhi. So Bombay girls may, accuse Delhi girls of being snooty, intrusive, political. But I say Delhi girls are survivors, enterprising, classy. So really, wow, Delhi. We are just wow. And a little bit about the WoW platform. It was about 4 years ago that we conceived this property around women entrepreneurs for our magazine. Every year, we started doing a special edition showcasing about 15 to 20 entrepreneurs. And most people were skeptical about it, especially in media, saying that, in 2 or 3 years, you'll exhaust all the large women and you won't have companies, entrepreneurs of size to really showcase. And we're very glad that 3 years have gone past, and we find that there are many women entrepreneurs stories to be told, which have still not hit mainstream media. And that's why about 6 months back, we decided that we need to really augment this platform and create a separate portal for women entrepreneurs. We've done that with wow.outlookbusiness.com. Please go and see the website and experience it. We intend to take this forward from just being an inspirational content platform to a more interactive, on-the-ground engagement. Look forward to all of you experiencing WoW in Delhi and keeping this association and taking it forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mahalakshmi, for talking straight from the heart. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, is someone who has made her mark in the broadcasting space. Wearing multiple hats as a journalist and as an entrepreneur, she's now breaking new ground in digital media. Ladies and gentlemen, she is here to take us through her very, very fascinating journey on how she made it big in the media business. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage co-founder Quintillion Media, Ritu Kapoor.
Hi, good evening, and thank you so much, Outlook Business, for having me here. Today is a very, very difficult day in so many ways. And I hope all of us here are hoping and praying that our brave Air Force pilot will be brought back home safe. It's a very, very difficult day for me to be away from the newsroom, as you can imagine, because there is developments happening every minute. And having said that, I'm so happy and delighted to be here. This is the closest I have been ever made to feel like a celebrity. So thank you so much for that. Okay, so my journey as an entrepreneur, now I need to qualify right in the beginning that at best, I'm an entrepreneur in the making, and really, I am an accidental entrepreneur. I really didn't set out to be an entrepreneur at all. They say greatness, those things about greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them. Well, in a sense, life has sort of thrust entrepreneurship on me. So if I was to flash back, where do I start my journey of being an entrepreneur? I think it'll have to be as a little girl. I mean, that's really where the mind starts developing and the mind starts making up its mind about who you are and why you are doing what you're doing. So, think of the regular middle-class girl next door. That's who I was. As middle-class, as risk-averse, as simple, as straightforward, with some notions of being creative, etc., etc., etc. But entrepreneurship, business, MBA, far away from anything like that. So then I thought, when I was thinking about what I'm going to be saying this evening, I said, let me just say, where did it start? Let me just try and, do a flashback further back. So I was just thinking, when did I start thinking about, what women can do? And I think as a little girl, I actually thought that that Prime Minister was a female gender. That was called Pradhan Mantri. It had the E because it had to be a woman. Because for the longest time, as a little girl, I knew. I mean, Indira Gandhi was a prime minister, right? So Indira Gandhi was a woman. So women are prime ministers, and that was what I actually genuinely believed. And I think that's when the first role modeling happened. Because the view was, as a little girl, if somebody asked me what I wanted to be when I wanted to grow up, my first answer, incidentally, used to be that I wanted to be Helen, because I thought that cabaret dancing was the coolest thing you could do. But the other thing that if I was asked in school, what would you want to be when you grow up? The answer came pretty easily to me, the Prime Minister, because women are Prime Ministers, and therefore I will be a Prime Minister. As simple as that. So I think that the middle class regular girl, I think the first edge came with the fact that a woman could be a prime minister. I think that gave you the feeling that you could be bigger. I think the other thing that gave me the edge was the kind of liberal values family that I came from. I could see, I was a convent educated girl, and I could see how for a lot of my colleagues and peers and friends in school, their lives were mapped out for them. They were constantly being told to be the achhi ladki. I think a lot of us grow up constantly being told that you've got to be an achhi ladki. The achhi ladki, and the achhi ladki is defined, and very often the definition of achhi ladki is one who will be sasural ready. One who will be a superb asset in the sasural. And that's pretty much how you are defined as the achhi ladki. But I think in my case, because I grew up with 3 brothers and I was pretty much brought up as the 4th boy in the system, I had none of that achhi ladki business. I had none of, I was pretty much allowed to be. And I can say with a lot of confidence that in my time, in the early 70s and 80s, I don't think a lot of girls were allowed to be. I was allowed to be. I mean, for instance, things like calling from a thana because I had been arrested for doing a dharna outside college and saying, hello parents, I've been arrested, to making it to the local paper headlines because I was protesting against tree cutting at Jamia University. I mean, these were things that were laughed about and enjoyed and celebrated around the family dinner table. I was never told ki beta aage se aise nahi karna. In fact, the view was good, have fun, do be who you are. And I think that definitely gave me the edge because it pushes you to think for yourself. I mean, I vanished to drought-ridden Barmer, living in the villages for almost 3 months of my life with almost no contact with my family, and I was allowed to be. I really think, so I really think that if you were to look at what allows a woman to be a woman of worth, I think it's really this early stages of upbringing. I think if all of us can be, we can just allow the little girls to be, you're going to have many, 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 many more women of worth. And now if I was to skip to, I must confess that a couple of times, the only reference to a sasural that would ever come in my life was to be made to eat turoi and loki. Ki dekho, turoi and loki nahi khaogi to sasural mein kya hoga, but it was obviously a joke. There was no other, you must behave in a certain way. So, I think one of the narratives that that I would want to keep bringing up again and again is that this never put upon yourself the pressure to be the achhi ladki, never put upon yourself the pressure to be like somebody else, and never put the pressure to be on yourself to not do anything, that this is not for you. And I say that because even though I was a co-founder of Network 18 when it was born, I defined for myself the role that I thought I could do. I was never a cutthroat MBA. I was never a strategist. So clearly, I confined myself and enjoyed myself immensely as I did that to the creative and content role. And I thought that was fabulous. I did that for almost 23 years of my life. And within the content role, took on leadership roles within the content. But I never thought of myself as somebody who could do the business. For that, I always thought it had to be somebody with an MBA. It always had to be, there was a preconceived notion of, I was unable to, at that point, make the distinction between an entrepreneur and an MBA. An MBA, an entrepreneur is somebody who works from the gut, who is not risk averse, who is willing to go out and do something and create something without looking over the shoulder. An entrepreneur is somebody who cannot bear to be an employee, who wants to be her own boss, right? And I was just conflating MBA and sort of those kind of the certification of what allows you to look at business. So, the Network 18 story, I'm sure all of you know about. We grew, we became one of India's largest media networks, from Colors to CNN IBN to CNBC to First Post. I mean, we were having a lot of fun. But being first generation entrepreneurs, where you are dealing on the one hand with regulations, from a government that doesn't necessarily understand entrepreneurship entirely, especially in the media business. And on the other hand was, Raghav started out with a princely sum of 20,000 rupees. So at some point or the other, the regulation and, mounting debt came and hit us, and then we exited Network 18. But one of the things that happened just before we exited Network 18 was I prided myself while at Network 18 in being anonymous in the company. I never wanted to be seen as a promoter. I just wanted to be seen as just another creative person in the team. I was held up by several people as sort of the role model of humility and self-effacingness, and I started believing that those were the virtues that I needed to uphold. Just a few months before the exit happened, one of my team members, a very, very young team member, came up to me, and he just completely came up to me and blew his fuse. And he said, all this thing about your being humble and self-effacing and all is very good for you, and you can pretty much stuff it up for yourself. But the point is, we as your team are beginning to suffer because of your self-effacingness. We don't get to demand what we want because you are stepping back. And that made me think a lot of things. But Unfortunately, very soon after that, we exited. So I wasn't able to really exercise what I was beginning to think about, or act on what I was beginning to think about while at Network 18. And then we were out there again, Raghav and me, and for a long time it was just me because Raghav was still doing the transition for the company. And we said, what do we do now? And that's when I think I became the accidental entrepreneur in those months that I was on my own and trying to figure out what next. I mean, for the first time in our lives, we had capital. So that was one big, large problem taken care of. So I was the accidental lucky entrepreneur now, one which came, sort of lined with capital to begin with. What do you do? Being sort of insane workaholics, sitting back home or going for holidays or whatever was not an option at all. So I thought about, if I have to be an entrepreneur, what is one of the things that I need to have? I need to have a challenge. I have to have something that gives me a knot in the stomach. And to do that, I really needed something that was completely outside my comfort zone and yet played to my strengths, which is when we thought about going digital. We had never really done anything strongly in digital. We were largely broadcasters. TV was what we had. I mean, I knew TV and production and video production and ideation like the back of my hand. It was my comfort zone. I had done it for 23 long years. I could have pretty much done that, but that's no challenge then. Staying within your comfort zone was no challenge. So that's when we decided that digital is it. And of course, at that point in time, now all of us are looking at our mobile phones and all of us are consuming content of our mobile phones. It wasn't quite, it's amazing how much has happened in the last 5 years, how much the consumption has shifted from the TV screen to the tiny mobile screens in your hand. And the only thing that I realized then is I regretted not having involved myself in the business aspect of Network 18 earlier, because that's where I was lacking. Because you see, running a media business is maybe, I mean, I don't know enough about some of the businesses that you are doing, but it's a slightly different business because you need to know your editorial. You can't be running the business without knowing and understanding the ebb and flow of content, which came easy to me because that had been my... The second thing is, in digital, you need to know tech. You cannot be running that business because that tech is evolving so fast. New technology, new apps, new tools, the platforms like Facebook, Google, etc., which are essentially your distribution platforms, are changing their technology. They're just sort of renewing themselves, like Mickey was talking about renewing your body. I mean, they just virtually, it's like a quarterly renewing of technology constantly. So you need to understand technology. I mean, you need to understand what coding does and what coding is before you can get into that. You need to understand how design marries technology. I mean, I didn't even know what UI and UX is. I know the difference between UI and UX and what one does to the other and how that happens. But you need to know that if you want to be an entrepreneur in the digital business, you need to know that. It's not just good enough to know business. You need to understand the new evolving business models. You need to understand how to evangelize a ad revenue business model where the brands are largely still looking at their spends on print and broadcast. And how do you evangelize that? How do you allow people to start realizing that if the audiences are now on digital, if the audiences are now consuming content of a small mobile screen, then why is the ad spend not coming here? And so so basically it was a big challenge. And for me, there was one more challenge. For years, I had created content for SECA 40+ male. I was now going to be creating content for 12 to 24-year-olds. And the challenge was, this is an environment where 70% of the consumer on the internet is male. How do I get women to consume content? How do I make content relevant? How do I reach out? How do I use tech, content, and everything digital in my control, or not even in my control, to actually go out and get the woman consumer in? So lots to do. But the biggest thing that I learned, and that was my first lesson in entrepreneurship, was you've got to unlearn. I had to unlearn everything broadcast, and completely open myself to learning everything digital. I just couldn't rest on any laurel. And that's one of the things that this whole experience taught me, that nothing is forever, and you've got to constantly renew your skills, because that's the only way it happens. So given this entire thing, that knot in the stomach that I was looking for as the next game plan, here it was. Knot in the stomach was completely out there. Do's and don'ts of entrepreneurship. The next lesson really for me was, and I just want to qualify something here before I sort of go into the lessons of I don't think there is any template at all for entrepreneurship. I think every entrepreneur sets out and makes and breaks her own rule. So what I'm sort of going through is not like a do's and don'ts for anyone to follow or emulate. It's just a story of what I think I learned when I was going through this. You're only as good as your team. So the next lesson was, or the next challenge was, as people who were relative nobodies now, I mean, we didn't even have a product, we didn't even have an office, we didn't have anything. How do you recruit and convince people to join? And who do you want in your team? And one of the things that was clear to me was, I don't want veterans. I don't want people who come to me and say, I know content like the back of my hand, because the first thing that I knew was that I was to unlearn. So rather than work with people who are going to be a whole bunch of people who are trying to unlearn, I decided I'm going to put together a team of people who I can learn from. Which meant what? I needed kids. I needed the 20-year-olds who have never worked anywhere else. I wanted people who didn't come and say, but you know, this is how it's done. Because I wanted to set a template, or I wanted to create a product which was like nothing that nobody had ever done before. And if you have to do that, then you don't have people who are insecure about this relative to what they'd done earlier. So we actually then put together a team of a lot of people, a lot of young, bright people who were straight out of college, not even journalism school, straight out of college, very digital native, you know, because this next generation is born playing with iPads and mobile phones, and they know it like the back of their hand. So there was so much to learn from them. And it was an eclectic mix of, you know, people from print, broadcast, design, tech, etc., etc., etc. And we now the thing is, once you have this eclectic, you know, team that's come together, what do you do? Do you sit and say, do you herd them and say, this is how we're going to go about it? No, we decided that that's absolutely not what we're going to do. What we did was say, listen, why don't you guys tell us what we should be doing? And that's the one big lesson for me. We have been able to take Quint from scratch, from nothing to where it is today, with about 40 million viewers every month and growing. And I imagine that this month is going to be even bigger and better, is by empowering your team members. You have to empower them, and most importantly, allow them to fail. Empower them to fail. Because unless you allow them to experiment and fail, you will not allow them to succeed. This is the one mantra that I think I'm going to hold on for the rest of my life, which is allow people to experiment. Because the minute you template, or the minute you set standards for this is how things must be, that's a bit of a kiss of death. Or the minute you're saying, hey, look at how those guys are doing it, let's try and do more of that, that's again the kiss of death. So that's the other, so we have the product, we have the vision, which is that we're going to do a digital product which is going to make news relevant to young India, because the view was that young India is not interested in politics, young India is not interested in news. So we said we're going to make content available to Young India. We're going to make it video first. We're going to make it as video driven as possible because there was no digital first video in the environment, so that gave us an advantage. And we said we're going to have this team which is going to create magic by just letting them be. Because my life's first lesson was, my parents let me be and do my own thing. And it stood me in good stead. So why don't I just apply the same mantra and see where that takes us? And I can tell you that it's been great. The other thing that actually the journey at Network 18 had taught us is to be constantly honest and transparent with your team. Never try and give the team a sense of everything is going right if it isn't. Never give your team the sense of, oh God, there's such a huge burden, even when you are sailing through. So I think transparency and honesty with your team, and basically you're constantly not an employer-employee relationship with your team, you're constantly in a partnership with your team, because that's where, and I say that selfishly, I'm not saying that out of the largeness of my heart, I'm saying that because I think that's, I'm saying that out of pure selfishness, because I think that's where growth comes from. And the other thing is to constantly, this is my learning from the last 4 years, is to constantly keep renewing the team. Because every time I find a new team member joins, not only do we add a new skill, new approach, new attitude, but it also challenges, it never allows your team to slip into a comfort zone, because there's always somebody coming in and challenging status quo. So never allow status quo. Make the rules, make templates, break them, make the rules, make templates, break them. I think it's important to have clarity of vision, which has to be based on research. You've got to know your space, you've got to know your industry, you've got to know your fundas. But after, put all that research in a basket and then function, on a gut level. Gut is where entrepreneurship is. No gut, no entrepreneurship. It's really that. Go with instinct. That I think any entrepreneur that you talk to, most of the fabulous entrepreneurs who are here, I don't think anybody has picked up a template from somewhere and said, I'm going to do more of this. I think everyone's operating on gut. Be decisive. That's my other lesson. Just be decisive. Good decision, bad decision, galat decision, sahi decision, weak decision, strong decision, whatever it is, be decisive. Don't waffle. Don't say, yes, maybe, I'll think about it. Or say, yes, go ahead today, and then tomorrow say, hey, wait, I'm having a rethink. I think that completely destabilizes teams. Be decisive. Ek bari decision le liya, then stick by it. And then if that decision goes wrong, be accountable to your team for that. Have the ability to say sorry to your team. Because a lot of your decisions, I know it's all very well to say go by your gut and go by your instinct. Instinct can be right, instinct can be wrong. But be accountable. Never shy away from conflict. I can tell you the last 4 years have been crazy. They've been difficult in so many ways, even though they've been so enjoyable. But never, never, never shy away from conflict. Whether it's a raid in your office, or whether it is, legal defamation matters, being a journalist in today's India is tough. And I'm sure, Outlook is as much, will understand where I'm coming from when I say that. We rank 138th on press freedom, on world press freedom. That tells you where we are. So conflict, there is a plenty, especially if you're speaking truth to power. But deal with the conflict, face the conflict. The day you capitulate and the day you buckle under any pressure or or sort of shy away from conflict is when you will lose the respect of your team, respect of your audience, and that's the worst thing that you can do to your brand. Because believe me, anyone in journalism who's capitulating today is looking at short-termism. Because the battle is eventually going to be won. The highest currency in journalism is eventually going to be one of credibility. So it's not about, since, in my Network 18 years, I had been the humble, anonymous behind the scenes person. Networking is not something that comes to me. You'll never see me comfortably networking anywhere. The networking sessions is when you'll see me actually sitting in some corner eating a samosa or vanishing really. So because I really feel, and I don't even think that networking really is going to get you far. I think rather than networking, build relationships, make friends. Because I think that's really where, again, the long-term benefits really lie, if one was to look at friends with benefits. Another lesson the last 4 years is never break your word. It's as important as being decisive, is never break your word. And if you encounter somebody who does, never trust that person again. Don't ever get suckered. Because nobody likes anyone wallowing in self-pity because they've been suckered. Remember, nobody likes anyone who's down and out. It takes a long time to build a reputation. It took us a long time to build Network 18, and I'm happy to say that we've already built a brand. We started with nothing. When we started out at Network, I used to call up people. For whatever reason, we decided to call ourselves the Quint, because the name came from, we were called Network 18, and once we exited, we were not, as part of the exit deal, we couldn't use 18 in the next name that we had. So we were wondering what to call ourselves, and I was reading something, and you know how on the iPad you can sort of say, look up and read the meaning. I came across quintillion, and I said, what is quintillion? I don't know, and I clicked on it. It was 10 to the power of 18. So I said, fabulous, let's just call ourselves, we're going to be 10 times more dynamic, 10 times more magical. So let's call ourselves Quintillion. Having said that, so Quintillion is the name of the company, and the product is called the Quint, very good. But the minute you started calling up, when you were just being born, and say, hello, I'm calling from the Quint, say, what? Squint, quant, squint. So that's when I realized one of my lessons then was the importance of building a brand, and what do you do? And that's actually what got me out of my, I'm nobody, I will never be in front of the, because I needed to, for the first time in my life, go out and be there and talk about my product and talk about my brand and be the brand ambassador. I mean, I can assure you that 6 years ago, if you'd called me to be part of this, I would have said, no, not for me, I'm not really an entrepreneur, But I want to be here, and I want to tell as many people here as I can that, we have the Quint, and the Quint is a great place. So brand building becomes such an important exercise when you're starting from scratch all over again. However tough the going be, just if you're a leader in a team, just never lose your cool. Anger is completely no. I mean, follow Mickey's meditation mantra, do what you can, but you have to be calm. You have to be calm, because, and I work with millennials. I work with a newsroom, chock-a-block with millennials. Believe me, no one's taking an angry boss anymore. And I don't see why they should. So, stay away from anger. And before I wind up, just a couple of broader reflections that I have for working women. One thing that I have to tell people, because this is coming from my interaction with some very, very close friends of mine, is women should never stop working. You should just never, in whatever form, you should just never stop being financially independent. Come what may, you can give yourselves a million excuses. I'm going through pregnancy, I've got a baby, my children are my priority, my family is my priority, I'm building a home, I need to give my husband a hot cooked meal when he comes back home, etc., etc., etc. Listen, don't fool yourselves. Just don't fool yourselves. Don't ever stop working, because you don't know what's around the corner. I can tell you that I have a lot of friends, very brilliant, some of them MBAs. Remember, I always had this thing about I'm not an MBA. They're MBAs who decided to stay home when their babies were born. And they did that for a good 7, 8, 10 years. Life, you don't know what turn life takes. You can go through a divorce, God forbid. You can, your family can go through a financial crisis. Children can grow up and not need you anymore. Lots of things can happen. And then when you try and climb back into the workspace, it's fairly unforgiving. I mean, it should. I mean, an ideal world, it shouldn't be like that. But it is I mean, you find it difficult to be at par with peers in terms of the roles that you're offered or the kind of salary packages that you're offered. And you do get a little rusty. So it's, do not stop working. I have to tell you that one of the things that I have to actually thank my mother for is that she never taught me how to cook. I don't know of too many women who are like me. Till date today, I have never cooked dal chawal. I have never cooked. I don't know how to. That's because my mom was very clear that, I think she doubted my skills in the kitchen, but she just felt that I wasn't meant for the kitchen. And I'm so grateful for that because I knew that at no stage could I stay at home, because if I stayed home, I'd be useless. There's not too much that I'm very good at that running a home would do. So this is, I feel very, very strongly about that. I also think that you should always have your independent bank account. Come what may. There's 2 or 3 things that I think women should just never let go of, because, the longer women say that they must stay at home for the kids, family, parents, etc., 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 the longer you are allowing men to run institutions, allowing men to lead, allowing men to be the guys who will bring home the bread and therefore be the more important people in life. I'm so delighted to be here. I'm just so used to, as a journalist, being in places which are just manels. I'm so often, I was at a journalism conference in October last year, where on day 1 of the conference, I was the only woman. It was such a dark room because there were just men in black suits. It's just so lovely to have color over here. Give me color any day, man. It's just like, so this is, you have to go out and be the people who are running institutions. Otherwise, who's going to decide on, there were 5 male judges on the talaq laws. Why? Because some able women chose to stay home and prioritize the kids. Kids will grow up. Believe me, I have very independent kids now. Very important. When it comes to being a woman, be selfish. Please take every support system you can have and take it for granted. Don't be apologetic. Don't be, oh God, I'm putting somebody else through trouble. I can tell you that in my case, I first lean on my mom, who brought up my kids completely, to the extent that when I first got a pup, I would, on my way to work, leave the pup also at my mom's place, expect my parents to trade him and pick him up like I did for my kids, pick them up on my way back from work. And I'm so happy that I took that for granted, because, it just allowed me to do what my parents initially, guided me to do. It's just allowed me to make my rules, break my rules, be myself. My mom-in-law here, she runs my house. So I'm doubly privileged, and I know that not everybody is as lucky as I am. But believe me, I'm as lucky as I am because I selfishly maneuvered my way into being this lucky. So I'm going to do a little bit of a chance make dance, and I'm going to use this opportunity to thank my mom and my mom-in-law, Manju Kapoor and Subhashini Behel, and say thank you, because, I'm so busy working all the time that I'd never have the time to say thank you to them and do my salam, because they're really women of worth. If I know how to do cost control at work, I think I've learned it from them. If I know how to do the Annapurna Barakat thing at work, it's because I have subconsciously imbibed it from them, because they're just so, they were in their own way such fantastic entrepreneurial homemakers working with very modest budgets. So there's a lot of skills to pick up from this generation. If you ask me, that's really, if you ask me who my role models are, that's really what it is. Okay, we're running out of time, so I'm going to just close in. Just one thing about this lean in business. I think the leaning in business presupposes that you're at the table. I think you've got to just butt in. I think as women, I think it's important to butt in. So I know it's not all easy, and I'm skipping the rest of what I was going to say, but बहुत hard है, लेकिन अपना time आ गया है, so go make the most of it. And just one last thing, sorry, I have to do that plug. Listen, if you guys, on this tension between India and Pakistan, if you guys are encountering any strange, suspect WhatsApp forwards or things coming into your mailboxes, please do not forward it. we run at the Quint, we run a fact-checking thing called webcoof@thequint.com. Please feel free to send us a mail or text us at webcoof@thequint.com, and we promise to fact verify and send you the fact before you share. Let's not precipitate matters by sharing anything that may not be correct. Thank you so much.
To making and breaking rules, ladies and gentlemen. Another warm round of applause for our WoW Queen. Thank you so much for sharing your story. That was absolutely amazing. So Karl Marx, philosopher and socio-economist, said that social progress can be measured by the social status of women. Today, countries with more gender equality have more economic growth. Companies with more women leaders are growing faster. And of course, peace agreements that include women are more durable. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is absolutely clear that in the social and the political sphere, women have bravely imagined a better world. They fiercely initiated and steered social progress. The question really is, how did they start? How did they keep the dream alive? And most importantly, what keeps them going? This is our next conversation. May I please call on stage Outlook Business Editor N. Mahalakshmi, moderator of this session. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for 4 women who have not let power structures intimidate them. First up, Shaheen Mistry, founder and CEO, Akanksha Foundation, Teach for India. We're also joined by Vijaya Lakshmi Das, Friends of Women's World Banking, India. Keep the claps coming as I welcome on stage Rukshmani Kumari, founder, Star Foundation, and member of the royal family of Chomu, Rajasthan. And Sunita Krishnan, co-founder, Prajwala. Ms. Mahalakshmi, over to you.
Thank you. This is such an honor and privilege to be moderating this discussion with 4 absolutely wonderful, wonderful women, wonderful human beings who have committed their lives to making change in an area that they have chosen. I'm not even going to attempt to describe the kind of work that they have put in. We might as well hear it from the horse's mouth. Because whatever I may say is going to be not enough to bring out what they are doing and how they are steering towards a more equal society. Shaheen, let me start with you. For the first 18 years of your life, you were not even in India. I read that you went around 13 countries, and at 18 you came to India. How did you even get sensitized to this problem of education, the need gap in education amongst slum dwellers, which is what got you started in this space? Just tell us about what was that trigger, what was the inspiration, what was the starting point?
So I think growing up abroad, we would come back and visit grandparents in India. And I think all of you have probably had this experience where you fly back into India. And I'm from Mumbai. And when you fly back into Mumbai, you see disparity in a way that you can't look away. And so I would go back and forth between these 2 lives. And that combined with, from a very early age, at 12, I started volunteering and realized that I just loved kids. And more than kids, I loved the idea that opportunity could really enable each and every child to be who he or she was destined to be. So I think those forces came together, and I just walked into a community at 18, dropped out of university in the US, sat down and started teaching, and my journey just started from there.
Take us through your journey.
So it's very simple. It was no big idea at all. I felt I had had a great education. And I loved being with kids, and so I started teaching myself. I didn't know the first thing about teaching when I started, but took small little steps, believed a lot that we had everything in this country that we needed to educate our children. We just needed to have more will, and we needed to work more together. So I started at 18 a little college project called Akanksha that grew into a program that today runs schools for some of the poorest children, trying to give them the most excellent education that we can possibly give them. And then 17 years after doing that, I realized that we were still touching so few children, and I saw the immense potential of education. And so I started a second organization called Teach for India, which is trying to build a movement of people around the country who will not stop until the last child in India is actually educated. So long, long, long journey ahead, but that's a little bit of my journey.
Sure. Ma'am, you were doing your dissertation in Madras College when you really found this need gap in microfinance. And I don't think it was called microfinance at that time. They were just money lenders who were lending money at exorbitant rates, and they were needy people. And I don't think that was a buzzword at that time at all. Yeah. And decades ago. So what gave you that? Of course, the insight was clear that, poor people did not have access to credit. But were you able to envision what you wanted to do, how to take it forward, how to scale it up? What was clear to you then? What got you started, and how did you build it?
I didn't know how you got the information about my dissertation. I did it during my MA days in Pondicherry. So dissertation was in the village, and then rural credit. I realized that the rural population borrows at 360% or something like that. So it works out to be like that, and then how they manage their lives, and then they get into the cycle of poverty, and then they cannot come out. So I was just looking for an opportunity to work. It came in Ela Bhatt called me, and then can you work with women, but low-income household women. So when I started, there were lots of things happening in India, because there are lots of successful cooperatives for rural women, and then also SG movement was picking up, and microfinance. Many development organizations were involved in microfinance. So we thought that instead of directly working with the poor, it is important to encourage and strengthen the institutions that are providing the services. That way we can reach out to a larger number of women in the country. So that is how FWW, Friends of Women's World Banking, was known as first lender for almost all the microfinance institutions in the country. So we were at one point of time, we were working with 200 organizations across 17 states. But the question was that financial inclusion is a very tough job to work, because I must have gone to I must have met lots of RBI governors, and then CMDs of banks and all, but convincing them to set aside a huge fund for the poor was quite difficult. And they were thrilled in giving it to your intermediary, but not to the poor directly. So it is still a challenge. So we work with farmer producer companies across the country. They have to become a company because legally there is no other form available. Otherwise, people would like to organize cooperatives. So in that, if you really see, the women spend 85% of the time in agriculture operations, but she doesn't own the land. So because she doesn't own the land, she is not eligible to get any sources of credit or any other marketing facilities and all. So we thought that maybe we will work through the collectives. So as an entrepreneur, whether I am eligible to this forum or not, but institution-wise, we believe in collectivization of the poor to have an access to resources and also to the rights. So that is what we are working. Maybe in microfinance, we have directly reached out to more than 15 million women over the years. And then now we are working with about 75 small and marginal farmer collectives. Plus, we create entrepreneurs among the women. So we don't directly, like I don't know how to make money, but I can teach people how to make money.
Sure.
So the entrepreneurs program is every year we generate a training program. So we handhold women, particularly low-income household women, and help them to become entrepreneurs in rural areas as well as in urban areas. So every year we train about 10,000 women, and then also we set up a separate fund because in spite of training, women cannot get access to resources. So it is important for us to create a fund. I'm still struggling to make a big fund available to the women entrepreneurs. But inspiring stories, you can hear from them because they struggle, they have poverty, and then they have lots of other responsibility. But still they are becoming successful entrepreneurs is quite inspiring for people like us with so much of qualification. And I was lucky to get lots of education and all, but without education, without access to resources, the way they come up is very good. I think they are the hope for India too.
Absolutely.
If it is recognized.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ma'am, before we move on to the next speaker, I just want you to elaborate on the first 5 years of your journey. When you got started, you decided that this is what you want to do. What did you do in the first 5 years? Because that part is a real blank. I tried to look up, but I couldn't.
I am an economist by training, so I have done all those things. But first I have to demystify myself. First of all, I have to realize that the women knew more. I keep on saying women because we work with women, so we don't work with anyone else. So we felt that in spite of the status at which they are, they understand the money economy very well. And they know what is the difference between different interest rates, and they know about investment. Only thing is they don't know. So first thing we have done is how to stop ourselves from talking the language we were taught in colleges. So demystifying became very difficult for us to tell the people. But after some time it was very comfortable because you realize the strength of the other side. So based on that you work it out. And this work needs passion. You need less money, but passion. I must have spent about 20 to 30 days in a month in the field. So I had my children, and then they were left out. And then Ritu was talking about why it is important to become economically empowered, the women. That is what we believe as an institution. It was very difficult to raise money and then convince the bankers to work for poor and all those things. But the qualification which we had acquired, because if we know Seva and Seva related organization, most of us are highly qualified people who decided to work in the self-employed sector. Because of that, all of us used to go and then do policy level changes and then accessing money from the banks and all, which became very easy. But it was a struggle from the family side, because you are hardly seen by the family. And the children grew up, now there is no problem, it's on their own. But raising resources was very tough. And in India, that you compete with the government all the time. So because it's not like other countries, Africa, I get jealous of African counterparts who can grow faster. In India, there are lots of programs, lots of schemes by the government, which actually work as a deterrent to growth. Sure. So we have to struggle and then empower people like that and all.
Sure.
So it was.
your journey. I mean, you are working in a similar area, essentially trying to empower women, working around their livelihoods. And now you're also, apart from the women community, you're also looking at how to market those enterprises. Where did your journey really start, and how has it been so far?
Thank you so much for a lovely question. I just wanted to share a bit about my life. I am a Fauji's wife. I mean, my husband passed away in 2011 in Kashmir. So it's definitely a very difficult day for me also today, seeing all around. But when he passed away, we started a foundation called Star Foundation. And where the name Star Foundation comes from is, if you have seen a uniform, they have stars, you know. And my son used to, I have a 13-year-old son now. And he used to call his father Star, and there the Star Foundation, the NGO which I've started since last few years, and we've started working in the rural Rajasthan, and we work for women and children. It has been really challenging, you know, coming from a royal family and a Rajput family, a very restricted kind of a family, and after the husband passes away, it's you all know what kind of a situation a widow has, and what she has to go through, and how you stand up in that kind of a situation. And my family was fantastic. I had a great family support, but if you have all known about Rajasthan, it's definitely very, very strict, if you say. But how I came across and what challenges I had to go through is very, very difficult. And 13th day of when my husband passed away, I was in the office. So I think when problems come in your life, I think you don't run away, but face it. That's the most important thing. Every woman, I think, women sitting here, I think I would like to say that face it, you know. Problems can, the way she said that you have to empower yourself, you have to work. It's very important. हमें नहीं पता कि कल क्या होने वाला है. You can have a divorce, how she said, you can have your husband can pass away, anything, I mean. So it's very important to empower yourself and stand up. So I mean, that's the story, a little bit of story. I can just go on and on from my childhood, and a lot to say, but I think we are on a time scale also. But so with Star Foundation, this is how we started. We really didn't want it to be named as Major Aditya Singh Foundation or something. I thought if ever I am not there in this world, I can pass this foundation to anybody. I mean, anybody can work. Any foundation should have that kind of a vision. Is that what I started? So we started with a Star Shoe project initially, to start with smaller children. That just not giving away shoe was our idea. Our idea was to get them to school, to teach them hygiene. So, so we started Star Foundation, the Star Shoe project. We started Star Vriksha Abhiyan, telling children to adopt plantation. We started Star Mahila Rozgar programs, where we have छोटे-छोटे गांव में हमारे सिलाई केंद्र हैं, छोटे-छोटे काम करते हैं. पर मुझे लगता है हमें सोसाइटी में देखना है कि क्या ज़रूरी है और वो ही कार्य करना है. मतलब that is what I have started doing it. We cannot change the whole world. We start with one. I have started it. I think you can all join in, and I suppose the change is definitely going to happen. It's that is what a little bit story about Star Foundation, how we've started. Ji.
Sunita, you have the most heart-wrenching story, or should I say heart-wrenching or numbing story? Just
I wouldn't think so. No. I think I have the most transformational story, because I'm not even allowing you to complete your question. Being gang raped at the age of 15 by 8 men, for me, was a transformational moment. because I was able to see the world differently. I was able to understand exclusion differently. I was able to experience what stigma means, what pain means, what anguish means, and what inequality means in actual sense. So for me it was, if not for that incident, I would not be doing what I'm doing today. And the drive, the anger, the motivation, the commitment, the passion, all comes from that incident. And so it's largely about anything that happens in your life, how you want to see it. It's a choice that you have to make. If you make a choice to look at it as heart-wrenching and painful, then you want to be a victim. And I'm not a victim, I'm a survivor. And I not only survived that incident, but I want to believe that every child and every girl that we have rescued from sex trafficking or sex crime, we are imbibing that sense of that it is not you who is at fault. It's somebody has faulted you, and therefore you're a survivor and you have the power to come out of it. You don't even need anybody else around you to help you. You are so strong within you, and that's why I don't like to be connected to any heart-wrenching, epitaphs around my name.
My apologies. Can you take us through this transformational journey? Was it one point where you decided that things had to change, not only for you, but for a lot of other people? Or was it something that shaped over a period of time?
Much before I got gang raped, I was involved in development work. I started at the age of 8. And by the age of 12, I was a hardcore activist. I had a school running for disadvantaged children. And it was
15?
At the age of 12.
At the age of 12?
At the age of 15, I was working in a village, working with Dalit women and children, providing near literacy campaign for them. And that's where I was taught a lesson in the village by people who felt that I'm kind of putting the wrong ideas in the minds of young girls. And I don't think they had anything.
In Hyderabad? I mean,
No,
where was it?
in Karnataka.
Karnataka.
In Karnataka. So when that night happened, what remained with me is not what happened, what the 8 men did to me. I don't even remember the faces, actually. But what remained with me is what happened afterwards. The way people around me treated me and the way my family kind of dealt with me. And one of the first kind of messages I was getting is that I have done some crime, that I have to be responsible for what happened to me. So the questions were, why did you go there? The questions to my parents was, given her too much of freedom, because by this time I was like doing so much of social work, and so everybody blamed my parents for all that happened to me. That victimizing a victim for no fault is the triggering point in my life. And that anger is what started then. Luckily, I think my life is a providence, so I didn't require a mentor or somebody inspiring me. I inspired myself. And that's when I took a decision that the rest of my life, every breath, I will commit to fighting sex crime. And over a little time, I also came to the conclusion that one of the worst forms of sex crime is sex slavery.
Sorry, worst forms of
sex crime is sex slavery. We kind of call it as a necessary evil. We call prostitution as a necessary evil. We think that it is okay that our men have libidos, which is like, unmeasurable, and therefore some child, some girl, some woman has to be there, to cater to that. And therefore it is like a necessity. I want to break that. And that's how the idea of Prajwala began. And at the age of 20, I started Prajwala. It's been a few decades now. We've rescued more than 21,000 women and children out of prostitution. And I think one of the things that we've been able to do is able to demonstrate to the world that it is possible to change. You know, you don't need to, you know, kind of justify and legitimize something and say this is necessary, we can't do anything about it, so just let us live with it. You don't need to live with it. If you strategize correctly, you can break that cycle, and the small initiative that we have made in Prajwala is kind of a small example, a micro example of possibility, that you don't need to tolerate sexual exploitation, and you don't need to tolerate commercial sexual exploitation of women and children. And Mahalakshmi, you need to also understand, when we are talking about human beings and sexual exploitation, we're talking about 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds. So, you know, when you start legitimizing, when you start endorsing and you start calling it, you know, necessary evil and all things, you don't know what you are actually endorsing. Because maybe 20 years back, you see a 20-year-old girl. Just few months back, the youngest child that we have rescued is 2.5 years old from a brothel. And she was already used for pornography. So, we need to reflect what we speak, what we endorse, and the positions we take. And Prajwala probably is a demonstration that we don't need to endure everything.
Sure. How large is your organization right now? What is the strength, and is it all, what is the organization like right now?
The organization is involved in several things. We have a 360 degrees approach in working on the issue of sex trafficking and sex crimes. At one end, we provide education as a way to prevent children whose mothers are in prostitution, so that there's a second generation prevention and the cycle can be broken there. There's the intergenerational prevention can be done. We also engage in the communities. We go to the schools, colleges, villages and all to sensitize and awaken the communities about the dangers of being trafficked. But I think our claim to fame is assisting the police in rescue work. We actually go with the police to rescue girls out of the brothels. We have a pan-India space. We have rescued girls from all over the country. But I think while rescue is a very James Bond kind of activity, it's like 1 day or 2 day or maybe large 10 days ka work. The larger work is rehabilitation, which takes long time. We're talking about human beings who have been raped 40 times, 50 times a day for weeks together, months together, years together, till some joker like me decides, ki, okay, we got the information and now we will rescue. And as we're sitting here and talking, you have GB Road just, 20 kilometers from here, next to Kamala Market Police Station, where close to 30% of the girls there are minors. So we're talking about every day that person getting sexually exploited by hundreds of men. So, restoring hope in their lives, making them believe that there's an alternate life possible, and making them believe that dignity is a possibility is a huge challenge, especially when the person does not believe in it. So the kind of persons that we rescue are people who are hostile to us, aggressive towards us, so much so that I have even a 12-year-old telling me on my face, मैं अपनी मर्जी से करती हूँ, आपको क्या प्रॉब्लम है? मैं धंधा करती हूँ क्योंकि मुझे अच्छा लगता है. तो from that point to making her believe that she's a victim of exploitation and making her believe that she can survive.
So what does that conversation really, what kind of a conversation do you really have to translate them to think?
Oh, it's a big challenging conversation, meaning, if I have to describe a rescue, what I can remember of any rescue is chappals on my face and abuses on my face. So when you pull that person out, that is what you're engaging with. A very hostile person who's self-harming, who wants to hurt themselves, who want to run away from your shelter and looks at you as an abuser and not as a savior. And like we are with this halo, that we are all coming to do some help for you. And here's somebody who's saying that I don't need your help, get out. And I don't even want to stay in your home. Your home is a prison, So making her believe is not an overnight thing. It's not like ऐसे छूमंतर में नहीं होता है. It requires a lot of trauma care, counseling, and a lot of psychosocial interventions. Putting her in education or livelihood training is another challenge. Today we have our children doing medicine, children are doing pharmacy, law, meaning, but that didn't happen overnight. It took years for us to reach there. Of course, social reintegration is a larger challenge. Right now, we're all busy getting ready. Next week, 6 of our girls are getting married. So that's like one big event in our home, family. We have a full-time staff of around 265 full-time staff. 50% of them are survivors of trafficking themselves. That's our strength, and perhaps one of the only few volunteers in the organization.
Sure. Shaheen, this essentially getting into this social space is really about personal passion. I mean, it's driven by a very strong level of commitment towards a certain cause because you associate with it. My question is, as you grow, initial drive is really individual passion. As the organization grows, how do you really scale it up effectively?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, my mind is just with Sunita right now. I've had the real honor and privilege of seeing a little bit of her work. I was on GB Road yesterday trying to see how we can support a young entrepreneur working there as well. And yeah, I just feel incredibly honored to be on this panel, but Sunita, to be with you, and the courage and the love. She didn't mention the number of times she's had attacks on her own life, and it's very rare to be in a space with a human being of that much moral fiber. So thank you for the inspiration.
Absolutely.
I think for me, scale has just been about thinking about how we can be a multiplier. When I see the size of the opportunity with education, we're talking about 320 million children in the country who deserve an excellent education. I just think about how can we get more and more people to care about that problem. And so our Teach for India model is just trying to say, can we get people who have never thought about working in education, and specifically for kids who need it the most, to be passionate enough to go out there and do that. And so over the years, the beautiful thing about my work is it's just the work of creating more and more leaders who feel passionately about changing kids' lives. I was this morning in a small school in Haryana where we walked in 900 children, and I wanted to break down and cry seeing the state of this school. But the other side of the truth is the fact that we have alumni in that school now who are working to activate the community and specifically the school management committee to change that school. And so that's really, I think, how we've thought about scale, that how do we get more and more people to care, to be equipped, to understand what it means to really be on the ground, and then to learn how to work together so that they can have greater impact.
Sure. Time's up. That's really unfortunate that the time is up, and such an interesting, touching, inspiring discussion. But just one quick minute to just say, what would be your advice to somebody who wants to work in the social space?
There are lots of work in social spaces, huge. There is volunteerism, and then you take social issues. And for us, my organization works on financial services to women. So once you have selected which area you want to work, then you have to equip yourself to do it further. You know, like the question you asked, like when we started it, it was volunteerism.
Right.
Not anymore. So you want actually professionally qualified people coming more into the sector. Definitely now I use lots of company secretaries, chartered accountants and all. They are not going to come very cheap for you. So it's important for you to also increase the kind of resources available to you to make use of those talents. But my problem is we like women to come. So, and then that is where the challenge is. Women have lots of problems, and then they have, I don't say it is a problem, it is a kind of a dual role which she has to play. So family is important, and then career is important. So retaining the women in the sector is quite a challenge, particularly for us. That is one. But I get lots of women, so I have said that 3 years, 4 years, if you give, it's fine. Then you can go and then you get me someone else. So it is important, more and more women should come. Like I actually take classes for women in the banking sector. Oh my God, the courses, when we do, they start crying because they are not able to get the promotion because they have to sacrifice the promotions and that because that it comes with transfers and all. So the balancing act is something that it is there at the low level, low income level, as well as the higher income level. So how to work it out, and people are not like Ritu's comfortable where you can expect your parents and grandparents to take care of the children. So their support system is crumbling day by day, so it becomes very, very difficult to retain women. But as an institution that we insist on having women, so I think it will, with the challenge working is much more interesting because the country throws up lots of problems now and then, so we have to work it out. But financial services, you need highly qualified people.
Sure. Shaheen, one message to women wanting to work in the social space.
Yeah, I think mine is just take the first step, or if you're brave like one of my co-panelists, take the first leap. And do it with a lot of love. I wish I could take you to this moment yesterday on GB Road where I went to see a school and these were children of commercial sex workers. And when we entered the school, they were lining up to hug us so tightly and they were so excited and so open. And I think that's what this work has been for me. I feel so blessed to have been the recipient of just so much love. It's just that first step or that first leap.
How about you, Lakshmani?
I have this message that I've seen around women not supporting the women. And I think this is a best platform where I could speak that please support women. Because it's very, very important. I've seen why men supporting men. I've seen they have their own gender which they are supporting. So to all the women here, I suppose if you support your gender, I think आधी जंग तो हमने ऐसे ही जीत कर ली है. तो आप सिर्फ तो that is very important. Your sister or your भाभी, start with home. आप घर से शुरुआत करिए, फिर ऑफिस तक पहुंचिए, क्योंकि हमें ये तो करना पड़ेगा. हम इतनी women empowerment की बात कर रहे हैं, तो let's start doing it today. यहीं से आप शुरू करें कि हम महिलाओं की एक दूसरे की मदद करेंगे. I think the road is successful. We will make it happen. बस आप लोगों का सबका साथ चाहिए. यही मैसेज है मेरी तरफ से. तो I think we'll able to do it. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful. Thank you, Vijay Lakshmi. I think Outlook Business, this is a fantastic platform. I think, thank you so much for inviting me. Dhanyawad.
Sunita?
If you believe in a safe world for women and children, please don't invest in women and children. In taekwondo classes and self-defense classes and pepper sprays. Please invest in men and boys. Please invest in bringing up your sons properly. If the attitude of men changes, it'll be a better, safe world for all of us.
Thank you so much, ladies. I'm absolutely humbled. And Sunita, really sorry for the wrong use of adjectives. I hope you guys enjoyed the discussion and are suitably inspired to take this forward. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing those highly inspiring stories. I'd now like to invite on stage Outlook Business WoW 2017 awardee and CEO, PM Relocations, Ms. Akanksha Bhargava, to please join me on stage to present our panelists with a token of our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it once again for our power panel? That's what I call them. And of course, now that I have one more power woman with me on stage, Akanksha ma'am, I'm going to request you to quickly share with us your WoW experience. Can we have a hand mic, please? Okay, thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I think we are still absorbing what we just heard, and I think it was so overwhelming and so lovely to hear from all of you. I think I'm one of the youngest here, so I think it's so important to hear these inspirational stories from people like you, so that we start changing our life right now. I'm obviously not in the social sector, but yeah, I'm definitely trying my best at my workplace, at my home, to empower women. I run a relocation company, so I shift people. I shift homes, I shift families across the world. Obviously, it's not a glamorous industry, and people don't really associate women to it. And I have a lot of packers that work with me, and I believe that their families are my responsibility. So I make sure that, whoever is associated with my office, the blue-collar staff, their children are not going to live the same life as their parents are living. So I'm trying to make sure that they make sure that their daughters go to school, their children go to school, their boys go to school, and they don't really make them what they do in their life. So I am really thankful to Outlook to have people like them and us here, so that we can talk, exchange ideas. And I think I really go back with the message that women should support each other. And I hope that with my little contribution to the industry, where I have about 500 people who work with me, I can make a little difference. And I have more stories to share later. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much once again to our power panel. Thank you so much. Thank you for you. Thank you. Well, ladies, I want to thank you for sharing your experience on social media. And of course, you must continue to do that once again using hashtag WOW2019 and hashtag Delhi. Don't forget to tag us on Instagram. Our handle is Outlook_business. And on Twitter, you can tag us at WOW Achievers. I'm also going to remind all the women entrepreneurs in the room who haven't shared their story yet, the Outlook Business WOW studio is still open. So please do go to the registration desk, speak to Neela, and we'll arrange for your story to be filmed, to be shared with the rest of the world. India is slowly but surely embracing the power of women in shaping a society and, more importantly, contributing to the economy's growth. Founded 60 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, on this spirit of entrepreneurship, Amway is a firm believer and supporter of women entrepreneurs and has inspired them across the globe. Amway India today has more than 60% of its direct sellers comprising of women entrepreneurs. And today, we have with us 3 such women entrepreneurs, Amway business owners, who will take us through their entrepreneurial journey and share their experience with us. May I now call upon Shruti Venkatesh from Outlook Business to please join me on stage to moderate the chat with 3 Amway business owners. Let's welcome all of them with a warm round of applause. Shivani Gupta, Rashmi Pachnanda, and Nidhi Agarwal. Shruti, over to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a great time this evening listening to, the many inspirational stories of our women entrepreneurs. And, the best thing about self-employment or entrepreneurship is that you get to be your own boss. And I'm lucky to be sharing the stage with 3 women who have kind of, successfully scaled their own, you can say their own startup, the Amway way. So, I want to begin with you, Rashmi, to, understand when did the entrepreneurial bug kind of get into you? Why did you want to start entrepreneurship?
I'm actually born and brought up in Delhi, graduated from here and married to a shipping captain, merchant navy captain, and sailed with him for a few years. And I did my master's in computer systems management from NIT. So when I got married to him, I started sailing with him, and we were sailing for a few years till we realized that when our children were born, our son was born, I mean, I couldn't go with him, and it was not easy. And that is when we migrated to Australia. So we migrated to Australia a few years, almost 27 years ago, and I was working there as a programmer, software programmer for 7 years. That's when somebody introduced this model to us. And didn't think much of it then, but my husband did, because he was a bit of an entrepreneurial in nature, though he was a shipping captain. So he wanted to make this thing, okay, let's start. I was pretty apprehensive, but then we thought, okay, let's give it a chance. And we came back to India to do the launching bit and all that. And slowly, when we started building it, you know what? Found so much of goodness in it. It is not just, it was a complete package. And then with women entrepreneurship coming, wow, it became such a beautiful thing. I mean, it just became my passion, because we work in health and nutrition, we work in creating more entrepreneurs who are also independent, start having their own incomes, their own identity. So it became more enriched in last decade. So it's just that I would say it got accidental entrepreneur, got into it, but then slowly it got into me, and last 1 decade I've been really absolutely sold out to the idea.
So, Shivani, do you also want to give us a brief of how you were introduced to this model of business?
Hello everyone, I'm Shivani, and I basically come from an industrialist family, and I did my master's in management, and I did my law. And initially I was always multi-talented, like, you know, I've had a keen interest in sports, in classical dance, and into academics. And like, you know, I always wanted to pursue in a corporate sector, and always I had a dream, you know, like to scale higher heights. But there was always a limitation to it. Slowly and gradually I came to realize that doing a job, you have a lot of limitations. You don't have that much of flexibility. And when you know what happened, like I came in association with a team of people who are very enthusiastic, and they were talking about some goals, some dreams, and putting in hard work to fulfill those dreams. And I love the association, I love the power of entrepreneurship. And then I decided that there's a tremendous possibility in being an entrepreneur, and the time flexibility, the way you can manage your children, the family, your in-laws. And then I decided to be an entrepreneur. And then Amway has given me a platform where I can manage, when it has instilled in me the capabilities which I had within me, to lead people, to motivate people, to mentor people, to enhance their lives.
And how has that been for you, Nidhi?
Hi, I'm Nidhi Agarwal, and qualified MBA, and as Shivani said, I belong to an industrialist family, and you know, when I started my journey, I was just 18 years, and that was in my blood. I really want to do something. I really want to prove myself, you know. As people used to say, women can't this, women has many responsibilities. They cannot handle, you know, business life as well as, you know, house life. But I want to prove myself, and in that way, I was in looking zone. And job was not my style, and I really don't want to be in a job family or the job class. I really want to do something my own, you know, the life of choices I was looking. And the real thing I was looking in that way, ki yes, I want to prove myself with all the flexibilities. And with that, I got this opportunity, and I started my, then I got married after 4 or 5 years, and my husband also a part of the business, and we started together, and we proved, and today we have significant business in Amway.
Right. So Shivani, if you can tell me, what was your first year of entrepreneurship like, and you know, when was that moment where you felt that, okay, you know, this can really go a long way, this can really be scaled up substantially? What was that moment like?
Yeah. See, as a new startup, every new startup has its own phases, and similarly it was there with me also. But yes, slowly and gradually when I was there in association with the team of successful people and talking about a positive attitude, slowly and slowly when I started putting in hard work, effort, I started seeing money in it. And when my little small dreams started fulfilling, then I realized that yes, my big dreams can also be fulfilled through through this opportunity. And then I started giving it full time. And yes, this company, Amway, sponsors international travel every year. And it was a dream destination for me when Amway sponsored us for a Switzerland trip. That was way back in 2011. And since 2011, we have been traveling international every year through this corporation. And then I came to know, like, yes, it can be a bigger dream come true.
And the same question to you, Rashmi, if you can tell us what the first year was like and when did you taste the initial success?
First year was not like when you start something, you have more failures. And I think it was when we were also with team of successes. We have a very strong support system. It teaches us a lot of things, which taught us that persistence is one thing which we need to keep. And that is one quality I think every entrepreneurship needs to have. So okay, one day is a good day, another day is a bad day, but that's how you have to just take it in your stride and keep carrying on. And that's what we did, basically. And when the success started, you know what, it basically gave us, I would say, like flexible hours of working, no bosses, and you know, you can design your own day. You have more choices, more freedom, and it's the best way to, I think, work, not in a job environment. And then you are an entrepreneur. Like, entrepreneurship is an idea which comes to you every day. So you are thinking out of the box, and you're applying those ideas and having fun with it. So I think after a while, it just became so addictive that we want to, like, every day is a new day and we just love it.
Perfect. Nidhi, if you could also tell us that.
Yeah, first year was the moment you start something. See, this is with maybe every woman, you know. The moment you start something, it's full of surprises. First year was like, you know, you are always in puzzle. People don't take you seriously. In my case, people used to ask my age. They used to laugh. They don't know the direct selling industry, and you know, as I told you, I am from industrialist family and the Bell family. So people used to ask, why are you doing this business? Why are you not putting or investing some money in franchisee business, or you are starting something like that? But I took it as a challenge, first of all, and I want to really prove myself that I can take a challenge and I can prove myself. One thing. Another thing, as a qualified MBA, you know, my guru was Philip Kotler, and he used to take the name of Amway, which was sufficient for me to prove myself. And with that, the thing was, it was like first year was like a bhool bhulaiya kind of stuff, you know. You are always you are always stuck up with something. But my take out from this, you have to believe on yourself. You know, you have to keep courage with you, and you know the story actually. You know from where you will get the success, and the moment you have faith. There was no stories of direct selling, proven stories in front of me, but I thought when it is possible, why not? That was the thing.
I would like to add one thing more. Sure. You know, the first year is more challenging, even more, because, you know, people accept you to be in job. People expect you, you know, to do the same thing what others are doing. And you are a little bit skeptical that whether my decision is right or wrong, that I've quitted my job and entered into entrepreneurship. So that is a little bit more challenging. What the people have the perception towards me.
And you know, lastly, if you could kind of give me two things that, you know, being associated or kind of doing entrepreneurship with Amway has been beneficial. There are two things that you could point out. You could start.
It has given us a life of choices. And then, you know what, it has also given us something that where we every day we know we can make a difference in somebody's life, and that is what actually drives you. And it is not the material possessions and the money that you get. Of course, that is there, but it's the person you become after that journey, and the more resilient, you're ready to take chances every day, and you're more. So that is what I think I love about the whole thing.
Sure. Nidhi?
Yeah, see, as we are talking about empowerment of women or women entrepreneurship, my key thing is I really want to empower women through the opportunity. One thing, without compromising so many things, because as we are talking about, women has many roles to play. They are mother, they are house takers, and they are taking care of so many things. So with that, this is an opportunity, awesome opportunity. And apart from this, the another thing is like passive income. The moment you will settle, you will just go through on one significant level. It gives you the life of choices, as Rashmi is talking about, as well as, passive income is possible in this business. And so many flexibility, life of choices, and so many things. After 20 years, I started my journey in the age of 18. And after 20 years, I can say, I'm, building my business as well as I'm taking care of my family, my kids, and, I'm giving them the quality life as well as I'm touching thousands of people's life through the opportunity, which was not my thing, which is from the opportunity side with this.
Sure. Shivani?
People normally don't follow followers. People follow leaders. So I feel like, this opportunity is a blessing, where you lead people, you motivate people, and you keep adding value in their lives. You touch so many lives. You help ladies, who are there in their homes, and they really want to do something big. And you are there to hold their hand and tell them, I am there with you. I am there with you. Come together, we'll make it happen. Come together, we'll make our dreams fulfill. So I love this opportunity where it's a noble cause, where you fulfill all your dreams, where you can make a good combination of your family. There's a rewards, and the 4 fundamental principles of this corporation, the freedom, hope, reward, recognition. And it's an amazing opportunity, which has entirely changed my life to 360 degrees. And today I feel privileged that yes, it has made me a woman of substance. Thank you.
What a wonderful way to end the panel. Thank you so much for sharing your journeys with us. Thanks a lot.
For having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies, for sharing with us the Amway experience. Thank you very much. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for me to introduce to you to someone very, very special, our WoW Delhi Celebrity of the Year. First off, to do the honors, I'd like to invite on stage CEO Outlook Group, Mr. Indranil Roy, and Miss N. Mahalakshmi to once again please join me on stage to do the honors. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, she's one of the most talented and hardworking actors we know who's really carved a niche for herself in Bollywood. From action to romance, I'd say she's been experimenting with a lot of roles, and of course she does it with great finesse and versatility. A perfect combination of beauty with brains. She also happens to be a computer science engineer, which is the newest thing I've learned today. Of course, she has this string of hits, and today she's not only making waves in Bollywood, but she also continues to charm audiences down south, from where she really started her journey in 2010 with K. Raghavendra Rao's Telugu movie, Jumandi Nadam. I hope I said that correctly. Ladies and gentlemen, I can actually go on and on, but I think it's time for me to invite her on stage. Please put your hands together for our WoW Celebrity of the Year Delhi, Miss Tapsi Pannu. like to request Mr. Anil Kaushal, Head Lupin Life Care Consumer Healthcare, to please join me on stage to do the honors. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I know you're busy taking pictures, but honestly, if you ask me, this moment requires a huge round of applause. So please free your hands for the next 30 seconds. Okay, I think we've got our best shot, do we? Yes? Alright, Tapsi, thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Roy and Mr. Kaushal, thank you. I'm going to request you to please stay with me on stage, and I'm going to request Ms. N. Mahalakshmi also to stay with me, because we're going to extend this, ladies and gentlemen, into a wonderful conversation. Okay, so the stage is set. Tapsi, please do take your seat. Mahalakshmi, over to you.
Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much, and all of you, for being okay with the fact that I get this particular award, in spite of the fact that I honestly believe that I get this slight edge only because of the profession I am in, and not because I'm actually outsmarting the other businesswomen who were there on the stage today. So I actually feel really awkward when I come to outside film kind of gathering, and I get to meet such brilliant women who have achieved so much. So it just feels like, okay, maybe just I have an edge because of the job I am in, but in no way I feel I'm anywhere even near to kind of achievements the women on this particular stage have. And I hope all of you can also be a part of this platform, this stage, this accolade, the covers, because I feel you deserve it much more than I do.
Absolutely, they are. There are a whole bunch of women entrepreneurs today who are getting awards for their work, for building large-size businesses. But my question to you is, had you not been an actress, what would you have been? Your path was pretty much laid out. And for all the people who didn't know, of course, Xenia said that you did your computer engineering, you had a pretty good academic track record, and you wanted to crack CAT and do an MBA, and you took a one-year gap to prepare for your CAT, and look where you landed.
Yeah, that is why they say that life is something that happens to you while you're busy making plans. So that's exactly what happened in my case. If I would have followed my ambition, I probably would have been a genuine all-business-woman today and not an actor turned entrepreneur, because I wanted to do my MBA. I wanted to be a part of, be a marketing professional, and then eventually get promoted to be someone to reckon with in business world. But yes, this is what happened. I wanted to give my CAT the second time, because the first time I got around 88 percentile, which I thought I could do better with whatever skills I thought I had. I gave myself another year, and this is what happened.
And you also had a job with Infosys. You had a job offer for Infosys.
I was campus placed. I was campus placed, and that was purely because I wanted to show it to my father that, or my family and everyone who thought that this is how a perfect life is when you get a campus placement. Infosys was the first company that came, and I got a placement in Infosys, and I had an appointment letter still sitting at home. And it was just to show that if I want, that I can get a job. It's just that I choose not to work at that time.
But what really swung the deal for you? I mean, what changed in that 1 year?
I
And
think-
more importantly, I think what I want to know is, what was your parents' reaction? I mean, you wanted to get into CAT, do an MBA, have a corporate career, or become a businesswoman. And this is an entirely different path altogether.
Yeah, I think my father kind of freaked out actually. He didn't understand what happened to this girl who used to be this front bencher, scoring quite well. Never took part in any school play, drama, skit. I don't know what happened to her suddenly. And he was almost scared that I'll stop my education in between and won't even complete my BTech, which kind of like scared him and gave him sleepless nights, literally, until I finished my graduation with decent numbers. And then he kind of like believed what I said. And when I asked him that, please give me 1 year out of my own life, and then if it doesn't work out, I'm going to come back and give my CAT and we'll go as per plan. Thank God he agreed for that 1 year, because I told him this CAT can happen again. This profession might not give me a chance again. And honestly, I really don't know what made me think I could do anything in it, because I was just exploring an opportunity. One thing I give myself the credit of is the fact that I never gave up an opportunity thinking, no, this is not something I can do. I always made the best use of it. But at the same time, I say my luck line is stronger than my lifeline in my hand. And I was lucky enough to get that opportunity. But then I made sure I made full use of it.
Tell me, you, after your ad films and the initial brush, you really got into South cinema. And there again, you had a good initial success period and then a lean patch. Was there any point then or thereafter that you wanted to take a U-turn? You said, what have I got myself into? Was there any point at all?
I did. And I sometimes honestly still do. Because there are times when you face situations and go through moments or things that you end up feeling that probably you are not cut out for this really. Because every profession has a great side and not so great side to it. And when you encounter that not so great side, then you end up feeling that maybe you're in a wrong profession, or maybe you don't know how to deal with it. Yeah, that happened multiple times, but you know, that kind of was never a deterrent. It never told me that, okay, because you're not going to do this job, you are useless. Because I always thought, if not this, I can do a lot of other things with my life, not just acting. I knew I could go back to engineering, I could do my MBA. If not, I'll probably start a startup, which I eventually did regardless of being an actor. I knew I could still make a lot out of my life, if not an actor. So I never felt that desperate and that, you know, like a lost soldier. I always thought I can make a lot out of my life, if not acting. That kind of kept me going, regardless of all those bad moments.
And how hard was it to really get into Bollywood? Because you didn't have any connections when you got into Bollywood.
Well, again, I would start this answering this by saying, yes, my luck line is stronger than my lifeline, and that does really matter in Bollywood. It really helps you because you have to be at the right place at the right time, and that kind of helped me. But yes, it will give you an initial kick. But after that, my real struggle started after my first film, because then there were expectations to live up to. There were things that were expected out of you as an actor off camera. And a lot of other bigger struggles that I'm still going through, which kind of make your path more difficult when you are an outsider. There have been so many times that you just get replaced overnight because someone just made a call. There's so many times that you're not even in the running because there are so many others who are recommended for a particular role. Yeah, there are a lot of these kind of things happen in the industry every now and then. But then, you know, I chose this path, knowing all this exists, knowing I will have a longer route, knowing I'll have more struggles than a lot of others out there. But whatever good or bad, whatever I'm able to make for myself will be mine. Nobody can tomorrow get up and say, this is, whatever, wherever she is today is because of me, like someone else. It'll all be mine. So I think I'm okay with having a slow and steady path. Thank you.
One of the things that you have been very particular about is to not repeat roles and not do similar roles. How hard is that for somebody, for a budding actress, to sort of say no to doing something that is seen as befitting of your acting style?
In the beginning, I'll be very honest again. In the beginning, after I did Chashme Badur, I realized that not many of such roles come my way. I believe there are so many other girls in the film industry who are far more beautiful and really good in doing those kind of roles, which are conventional heroine roles. I never got those roles. So I had this was the only path that I thought will help me make either I end up being just a mediocre person who's just doing anything and she's replaceable, or I choose this path where I make my way through. I force people to look at me and notice me by doing roles which are unconventional. So I had to choose this path. And I think the more films I did, the more opportunities I got, the more choices I had. And today, if I look at the lineup I had last year or this year, I had probably the maximum number of films releasing for any female actor in the industry, and all of them were different genres, all of them were different roles. And that probably I could achieve because I had the courage in the beginning to choose a path that is not conventional, and I had the courage to accept that, okay, it's okay to not to be a diva. It's okay that I look like an average girl. I'm very, very okay with it because I'm catering to an average Indian audience in majority. Most of the people who go and buy movie tickets and watch it are average Indian people. So I'm okay representing them on screen. So a lot of acceptance of your own self, reassurance of your own self, all that happened, and then I could take that path.
What is your personal favorite movie? Your own?
My own? You don't choose from your children. I have spent a lot of time and effort in each and every film I've done, regardless of the box office result. And that time, forget about the money, but the time will never come back. And I've spent some really important years in each and every film. I will never choose from them.
Your most challenging one?
Most challenging one?
role.
Okay, that I can tell you. It's happening now, actually. Right now, I'm here and I'll go back to promoting Badla. That's releasing on Women's Day. But then after that, the same day, I fly to actually Delhi from Mumbai and then drive to Johri for one of the toughest roles of my career. We are doing this biopic on shooter dadis, like how everybody knows them, Chandru and Prakashi Tomar. And I really don't know what am I going to do in that film. We've shot for 9 days. I'm taking one day at a time. I have nothing common with that character to build upon. I usually find a common thread and then build upon it. I honestly have nothing common to build upon. That's the toughest challenge I've thrown at myself in years. Getting into Bollywood was easier probably. And I am trying to like wrap my head around it and fight it out every single day, one day at a time. I know that I want to do it. I don't know how I'll do it. But even now when I read the script, I have a tear in my eye, how beautifully their story has been written. So there's no way I'm going to give up. But that's going to be the toughest role of my career.
The toughest role so far?
That's what I said, it's going to come. So far, I don't know. I mean, so far I've not really felt that this is more than that. I have probably encountered the same kind of difficulty in most of them. But this kind of takes the cake so easily, with such a huge margin that I cannot even think of any other role that has been even close to this kind of difficulty.
You feel that with every role? Every successive role you feel this is...
No, no. I could have said that about the other films that I'm already discussing or working on, but this is the film that I really don't know. Like I remember last year when, I had decided to do this film 2 years back, but last year when I was doing Mulk, I always used to say it is the most critical film for me because that was one film I did when everyone else didn't want me to do that film, including people really close to me, people who take care of my work, to a lot of people I spoke to, friends and all. They didn't want me to do that film. It was only my instinct that was pushing me that I have to do it. Come what may, maximum what will happen? It will fail, it will flop, but at least people will remember me for trying something that was challenging and difficult. So the same way I want to look forward to Sand Ki Aankh, which is extremely challenging for me.
Tapsi, in the interview that our reporters did, you said you don't want to be a social climber. What did you mean?
I'm very scared of that. So I'll tell you where did it come from. When I migrated from South cinema to Bollywood, there were social dues, something similar to this. I used to go and attend. And I was almost a dozen films down when I started working in Hindi film industry. And the way they used to receive me and put me like in some little faraway corner, whereas a lot of my contemporaries used to take the center stage. Sometimes I could convince myself it's okay, you know, they don't know what I have done or how much work I have done. I'm not saying I've done some mind-blowing, path-breaking stuff, but nor have a lot of others who were sitting there, honestly. But I thought that I probably deserved a little better because work is work. Making films is making films. Just because it was not in the same language, it was not respected enough. And that was not going down well with me. So I decided not to attend all these big public social dues for a while and then come back when probably people know me a little better. And I did after a few years when things became better, when people knew about what I could do. But yeah, in between, I could see a lot of people trying to just be spotted around the names and just be clicked around there, and then people talking behind their back as how they are the social climbers, because that's why they're attending all these dues to be clicked around. So that kind of really scared me. I didn't want to put down the efforts and the hard work that I've done for years to be where I am by just this one statement said by someone that she's a social climber. I cannot socialize with an agenda, which I cannot till date, because of which I'm not really a part of any group or camp or clan or whatever they call it. I do lose out on a lot of films even now because I don't socialize really with that agenda, which is okay. I can talk a lot, as you all can witness right now. I can socialize really well, but not with an agenda.
Tell me, there is a lot of hue and cry around pay gap in Bollywood. What are your thoughts?
Okay, so maybe it will go probably not in the direction that you all expect me to say, but I'll be again very honest and very practical because I do think as an entrepreneur as well. So business, it's a filmmaking is a business, it's show business. Your remuneration, according to me, should be proportional to the kind of guaranteed footfalls that you can get for your film. An X star can guarantee a Y amount of opening for a film, regardless of what genre, how good or bad the film is. Just because X is doing a film, so many people are ready to bet their money on that film and watch it. So if I want to demand a certain amount of money for a film, which is equivalent to that X star, I should be able to give that Y opening for my films. Then it's fair enough. Otherwise, I'm just for the sake of pay parity issue, I am actually making my producer suffer, which will end up making him lose a lot of money and he'll never be able to make a film again, at least not with me for sure. So I don't want that to happen.
Why do you say that?
Because if I'm charging way too much than what I can actually pull into theatre, then it's unfair. Well, every film, their true success starts on a Monday, if they're actually good or no, but weekend is mostly star-driven. How popular you are, how much people want to see you, regardless of the film. Weekend is more or less a judge of that. if my weekend collection, when I am the only so-called star in the film, is in comparison to my male counterparts, then 100% I'll ask for same amount of money. But if not, then I feel it's unfair to the producer.
Just one last question. You're a Delhi girl. Is there a quick fix to make Delhi safe for women?
Well, if I had that, I would have made sure by hook or by
Safe already.
crook, by hook or by crook, I would have made sure that happened. It just feels so sad. Today morning itself, I was looking out of the window from my hotel, and I was looking at the street, and I was just like, it's such a beautiful city, just filled with some insane amount of rapists. It just pricks me at that wrong place every time. I love my city so much. Obviously in Mumbai, when I go there, I'm the person standing there for my city, defending my city. But this one argument, I cannot defend. And yeah, I don't know what to do about it. I just can hope and pray it gets better.
Sure. Thank you so much. It was
Pleasure.
a pleasure
Thank you so
talking
much,
to you.
everyone, for listening to me. Thank you.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for the absolutely one and only? And Tapsi, I'm an opportunist, but other than that, yes, we should all be, right? Other than that, the fact is that we're in a room full of women of worth. And I know you cannot physically take a selfie with everyone, but everyone would want one with you. So let's take like a groupie with all of the women of worth in the room, yeah? Okay, let's go for it. Guys, give us your best smiles, yeah? We'll tag it on WoW 2019 and you can find yourself. Okay, let's go a little closer. Okay. Let's do this one. Okay, first benchers, you're the lucky ones. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, our WoW Delhi Celebrity of the Year, Tapsi, thank you. Thank you so much for wholeheartedly sharing your WoW experience. Ladies and gentlemen, building a business from scratch is not easy, and building a business of scale is doubly difficult. Our next speaker, founder of ethnic clothing brand AKS, built a 100 crore brand in under 5 years. Please put your hands together, yes, for Nidhi Yadav as she joins us to take us through her journey and share her secret of scaling up a business quickly.
Hello, good evening everyone. I'll take you through my journey of a messed up girl back in 2008 to a sorted woman in 2019. And it has been a very wonderful journey and also a roller coaster ride for me. So back in 2008, I was a computer science engineer. I got placed into one of the top 4 consulting firms. I was placed in Deloitte. I went working in Deloitte, and that could have been the best thing that could have happened to, any one of my batchmates. So I had 650 of them, and only 13 of out of 650 were selected, for being placed into Deloitte. So I went there. I worked there for 2 years. But then we have our mentors, and one day I was sitting with my mentor and he asked me that when was the last time that you felt like coming to office? So I said never in the past 2 years. He said that then why are you here? You have 0 job satisfaction and what makes you come here? I told him paycheck. So he said that is not the only reason you should be working here. So it took me 6 months to realize, 6 months of self-introspection, watching a lot of movies, reading a lot of books to realize that I'm made for fashion. So that's when I decided to go to Italy to study fashion buying and merchandising. And that changed the course of my life. And I studied there for 1 year, then I did my internship for 6 months over there, and I came back. So by the time I came back, I was 25 years old already. And as it happens in the Indian society, my parents wanted me to get married. So I was like, okay, let's get first thing sorted first. So I got married. And coincidentally, my mother was searching on one of the matrimonial sites, and I got irritated. I told her that, this is my LinkedIn profile, and I think you should, look out for Yadav guys on LinkedIn profile as well. So immediately she put on a filter for Yadav guys, and there were 2 Yadav guys. And one out of them was my husband. So we are professionally aligned couples. So we got together. I visited his profile, and he found my profile also very intriguing, and he immediately proposed to me within 36 hours of visiting my profile. And I said yes to him within 26 seconds of he proposing me. Without even meeting him, without even talking to him over the phone, it was my instinct, which told me that yes, he is the man. So I got married, then I had my baby. So when my baby was 7, so before getting married, there was one precondition of, me getting married to him. I told him that, see, I'm not going to work. I don't see myself fitting into a 9-to-5 job. So if you're looking for a partner who can work with you and, contribute to the family finances, then I'm not the right girl. So he said, I'm working well enough. If you don't want to work, if you choose not to work, you can stay at home. So I said, okay, I'm fine with that. But then he saw a fire in me. So like, I'm a true believer in mythology. So, for every Hanuman, there is a Jamvand. So for me, my husband is my Jamvand. He made me realize my powers. He made me realize that yes, I'm meant for something. And he pushed me into work again. He said, if you're not comfortable working by going to office, you can work from home. So he said, online is booming right now, so why don't you start working from home? And at that time, my daughter was 7 months old. Yeah, I used to travel with her. I used to travel with a 7-month-old baby and my husband, who used to work in another company, and we only used to get to travel over the weekends. So it was very difficult. So starting a business with a 7-month-old baby and with a small capital of 3.5 lakhs, that was the savings we had in our bank account, and we wanted to start with that money. And we were like, doing brainstorming on what to start. So I had this concept of, Zara in my mind, because I was studying Zara for 6 months when I was studying in Italy. So it was one of my projects. So I was like, I want to do something in fast fashion, because there is no fast fashion brand in India. And clearly, since I was inspired by Zara, I wanted to do in Western wear. But he suggested me that there is a clear-cut space in ethnic wear. Why don't you get into ethnic wear? So we did a lot of research. We did research for 3 months, and then yes, it worked out well for us. Then we decided, yes, we'll venture out into ethnic wear space, and that's how it started. So it's difficult for everyone, like how you start. Initially people don't believe in you. You're having very less amount of money. People actually used to throw us out of their factories. So we chose Jaipur as our place where we wanted to source clothes, because that is where you get all the kurtas and all these ethnic wear clothes. So we went to Jaipur, and people were not entertaining us because I had small amount of money. I wanted to buy 24-25 pieces in a style. So they used to throw us out of their factories. Even with a small baby, they used to throw us out. They were like, no, we don't entertain less than 200 pieces. If you want more than 200 pieces, then we'll entertain you. So it was a big challenge. Money was a big challenge. Then space was a challenge, because I wanted to work from home. So I was not having a proper warehouse. So if you don't have a proper office, if you don't have a proper warehouse, it's very difficult to get employees on board. People don't want to work from your home. They don't understand the concept of working from home. If they are a full-fledged employee, they want their space, and they want their cubicle, which I didn't like. So I had all these challenges. So we kept on, overcoming all this. And for the first year of operation, I was not having any employee on my company. I was the only employee. I was doing sourcing, I was doing designing, I was doing cataloging on websites, I was doing dispatch also. Each and everything I was the only one who was doing. Then at the end of the 1 year, we could manage some money to get a warehouse which was out of our home, and then we managed 3 employees. So this is my first year's journey. At the end of the first year, we closed at 1.5 CR. We started from 3.5 lakh seed capital with 936 units, and at the end of the first year, we closed at 1.5 CR. So it's a very different journey. You know, you don't hear. I mean, I've never heard in India that husband is supporting wife, but my husband has been my backbone all throughout my journey. Can I have water? He has been my support system. He has been constantly encouraging me. If he wouldn't have realized, you know, the kind of talent I have, if he wouldn't have made me realize, I wouldn't have been here. So, I'm so sorry. I have a bad throat. So as it is with everyone, journey from 3.5 lakhs to 100 CR is not that easy, and it cannot be done without a good team. So definitely, I had a very good support system back at home and also at work. So like what usually people say is, how do you get a work-life balance? I don't have work and life which is different from each other. My work is my life and my life is always at my work. So my kids are at my office, my husband is at my office. So that's how I manage work-life balance. You have to find your way out. So in the second year of operations, I had 3 employees. In third year, I had 10. And then in fourth year, I had 32. And now I have 57 of them. And also, initially, people were not selling us. So we went to Jaipur every weekend. We identified some captive units in Jaipur. We made them captive units. They were sick units in Jaipur. And we identified they were not having work. We offered them work. We said, we promise you work. They had investment, so they had invested in us, and then, you know, that's how we could manage to, you know, get to this scale, because we have always met right people. I've been lucky. So that has been there, and in the second year of operation, we finished at 8.5 CR. In third year, we finished at 23 CR. In fourth year, we finished 48, and this year, we'll be finishing around 120 CR. We're going at a run rate of 120 CR. Next year, we plan to finish around 300 CR. That is my aspiration for the next year. But then it doesn't come easy. You need a very, very highly efficient team. You need very good relationships with your suppliers, with your vendors. So for doing business, I don't believe you need money. You need relationships, and you have to encash on relationships. And how well you encash on relationships, that is how far your business can take you. And if people wouldn't have believed in me, they wouldn't have given me stuff for like 3 months without even any payments. We have a payment cycle of 90 days with people. If they wouldn't have believed in my word, if they wouldn't have believed in my vision, they wouldn't have been supporting me. But I've been having good relations, be it with my suppliers or my buyers. I've been having very good relationships. Second is, you need a very good team, as I've said earlier. And you have to keep that team lean. When you are a bootstrap business, you cannot afford to, you know, spend too much on your team also. You have to train your team in doing multitasking. So you cannot assign a single person that, you know, you have to do this and you cannot do this. So I train my team to do multitasking, and we have kept our organization lean right from the beginning. That has helped me also to manage the expenses of the company. And by keeping lean, if I'll tell you, I have never taken out a single penny out of the business up till 31st of August, up till my husband was in his job. So our house was run on his salary. We never used to take out any money from the business. And that is the beauty of a startup. You know, the moment you start taking out money from the business, it loses its flavor. You know, you cannot scale up. You cannot scale up to this level. If you think about profits in initial 2-3 years of business, you really cannot scale up. You have to give it back to the business to make it sustain for a longer time. And if I want to take it to a 1000 CR brand, I definitely have to have a vision, and I definitely have to manage my payables, manage my receivables. So that is the game. And I think my support system is the key which has made me reach here, and I'm really happy and lucky to have a wonderful family. Thank you so much.
Nidhi, thank you so much for giving us a first-hand account and, of course, lessons of how to scale up a small to a big business. Ladies and gentlemen, a louder round of applause. Thank you very much. And thanks to all of you for sharing your experience on social media. Do continue to do so, because now we're actually moving into the grand finale, the high point of this evening, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we've all been waiting for, the Outlook Business WoW Awards 2019. The Outlook Business WoW Awards, currently in its 4th year. This is where we acknowledge women achievers who, through their sheer grit and determination, have reached the pinnacle. So far, ladies and gentlemen, more than 60 achievers have been honored, and this evening we continue this journey of celebrating excellence. Let me now invite on stage Mr. Indranil Roy, CEO Outlook Group, Ms. N. Mahalakshmi, Editor Outlook Business, to present the awards tonight, and Mr. Anil Kaushal, Head Lupin Life Consumer Healthcare, to delight them with goodies from Corcal. Please join me on stage. Hey, come on, let's create some energy in the room. Yes. And that's how we clap for every woman of worth who comes on stage. Okay, so while Mr. Anil Kaushal joins us, I think we should go ahead and invite our first awardee this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Someone who has built a credible beauty products brand. Please welcome on stage founder Biotique, Vinita Jain. Ladies and gentlemen, keep the claps coming. And Beauty salutes Vinita for her ingenuity and purposeful innovation. Vinita ma'am, if you could share with us, how has your journey been so far, and what's really the idea behind Biotique? How did it birth?
Biotique is a unique combination of the ancient science of Ayurveda with 21st century biotechnology, and it is the system to preserve and health and beauty for over a lifetime.
And if you could quickly share with us maybe one quick learning from your journey so far of creating the brand.
My learning is that hard work definitely pays off, and to flourish whatever the conditions are, and to create a brand that most consumers love.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, our Women of Work 2019, Vinita. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, and many congratulations. Time to invite our next awardee, ladies and gentlemen. Co-founder of Quintillion Media, who is now in the second innings of her entrepreneurial journey, as we've heard from her earlier. So after building Network 18 with her husband, Raghav Bell, she is now the front runner in the Indian digital media space today. Please put your hands together for Ritu Kapoor. Kaushal. Corcal Bone and Beauty salutes Ritu Kapoor for her determination to break new ground. And Ritu ma'am, if you could quickly share with us, of course you've shared your entire journey, but
this evening already, but
but thank you so much for having me here. It's been such an inspiration listening to all the other awardees here, and I'm so glad that I spoke before I heard everybody else. I would have been too embarrassed to come and talk about it because, you know, what I've heard this evening has been so incredible. Thank you so much for having me.
Let's hear it once again, ladies and gentlemen. Ritu. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Our next awardee tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is someone who has taken it as a mission to simply help other women. Sari Chahal, founder Sheroes, has created a tech platform to connect women to share and care. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause. And of course, Corcal, Bone and Beauty applauds Sari for combining technology and empathy to build a community for women. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sari Chahal once again. Sari, if you could quickly share with us, where did the inspiration for Sheroes, where did it come from?
Well, you know, we live in very interesting times. When I started my career, all of India had less than 10 million people on the internet. Today, we are about 500 million users, out of which there are about 150 million women online, and this number is going to double in the next 2 years. So I believe internet should work more for women, and it can really be a enabling tool for change, and it can really be that bridging of gender gap, technology. We all have smartphones, and more people are getting onto smartphones. So I think we live in very exciting times, and here's an opportunity to put together use of a very cool tech for a very important cause. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Shiro herself. Thank you so much. Thank you, and many congratulations. Our next awardee this evening is someone who has taken the ethnic clothing market by storm, building a 100 crore brand in less than 5 years. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for founder, AKS Clothing, Nidhi Yadav. Salutes Nidhi Yadav for combining passion with purpose. And Nidhi, of course, we've heard your journey, but if you could quickly tell us, how are you feeling this evening?
I'm feeling ecstatic. I'll just give a small word here. For being a woman of worth, you really need to jump off that fence. We as women constantly sit on that fence and we're not able to decide whether we should jump or not. Jump and take a chance. Then only you'll be able to evolve and, realize your true worth. Thank you.
Thank you, Nidhi. Thank you once again, and many congratulations to you. Our next awardee is a lady who wants to make private flying accessible for everyone and could well emerge as the Uber of the skies. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Kanika Tekriwal. Jet, set, go! Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear the applause in the air as Corcal Bone and Beauty salutes Kanika for her zeal to make private jet charters affordable in India. Kanika, of course, we can't let you go, so I know you have your hands full, but please do share with us, how do you feel this evening?
So it feels great. I think building Jet Set Go has been an incredible journey, and for the team to be recognized with awards such as this really motivates us, and it feels incredible to actually put India on the aviation map.
Thank you so much, and many, many congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to invite on stage someone who's created a fabulous e-commerce business around ethnic fashion. Founder of Jaipur. Please put your hands together for Shilpa Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand corrected, co-founder of Jaipur. Let's hear it once again for Shilpa Sharma. And Corcal Bone and Beauty salutes Shilpa for stitching creativity and commerce to build such a beautiful business. Shilpa, if you could of course tell us how do you feel this evening, but also if you could quickly share with us your journey. What's your journey been like?
So it's great to be here. It's great to be acknowledged. Everybody knows Jaipur.com. What I also want to use this opportunity to talk about are my two other passion projects, which are creative businesses in their own right. I also run a travel company called Breakaway, which does what we call beyond the brochure experiences of the country, and a concept restaurant called Mustard out of Goa and Mumbai. And I feel privileged, I feel fortunate to have had the opportunity to be able to build businesses that have become a force to reckon with, not in terms of scale, but in terms of the quality of the experience that we offer. And I have one piece of advice for everybody in this room, which is really that women today have the good fortune of being able to make very informed choices for themselves, and many more informed choices today than I think I could when I was 25 years old. And I'm hoping that listening to a lot of these very inspirational conversations at the Women of Worth event today will give each one of us some food for thought to be able to go back home and think about the choices that we are confronted with and the choices that we have to make. Yeah, so.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much for having me.
You surely will. Thank you so much, Shilpa, and many, many congratulations to you. I'm going to ask you to stay with me on stage because, ladies and gentlemen, we've actually come to the end of this awe-inspiring list of Women of Worth. So inviting on stage all our Women of Worth of 2019, please come to the stage with, of course, your awards in your hand because we're going to capture this beautiful moment. Okay, ladies, the paparazzi is getting a little out of control, I know. But thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A huge round of applause for our Women of Worth 2019. Also, ladies, I'm going to request you to please step outside to the pre-function area. We'd like to have a quick interaction with you at the area where we have the placards. Please do join us there. Well, what an absolutely grand and memorable evening, ladies and gentlemen. This has been, with lots to learn, lots to know, and lots to think about, and more importantly, lots to do when we go back home. So can we have one final huge round of applause for every person that's graced this stage? And of course, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our partners, Kalyan Jewelers, Amway, our health and beauty partner, Corcal Bone and Beauty, driven by Exide, and lifestyle partner, Bosch Appliances. Let's give them a huge round of applause for making things happen. Thank you very much. And we also like to thank all of our awardees, congratulate them, of course, our speakers, and the team of Outlook Business for putting this fabulous evening together. And of course, while the show ends, I know there's a lot of conversations and going to happen outside the room, a lot of selfies. Please do share them with us on our social media platform using hashtag WoW2019 and hashtag Delhi. I'm Zenia Fernandez. I've had an absolute blast hosting this evening for you. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to see you next year. Until then, take care.
For every moment and every day. How very Bosch. Bosch, invented for life. Bosch has a view that it is the little details that really matter. Because when all of these are perfect, they make for a perfect whole. When every membrane is where it has to be, the butterfly not only flies, it soars. Every single pigment plays its part, and every part has a crucial role. That's why at Bosch, it's these little details that we really care about. The tiniest, most precise measurements, the quality of the materials, the convenient solutions. It's the subtle things, the little reminders that